I knew I forgot one thing. Damn it, that's why no one was responding. I forgot I muted it at the OBS level. Shit. Good call. At least someone said it. Where's everyone else at? Come on, jerks. Yeah, that was my bad. So, all the stuff I just said, I'll repeat. I'm no longer in the call. You can hear me. Yeah, my bad. Shit. All right, so let me recap everything I said, basically. Number one, we just watched The Birth and Death of JavaScript, and that's my favorite talk of all time, right? Favorite conference talk of all time. Um, yeah, I hope you all enjoyed that talk while I played it while I was during an actual meeting. Man, yeah, that was like good 5 minutes right there. Yeah, Gary's a great speaker. Yep. And cool dude, too. Yep. So then, yeah, basically we are working on this today. And the thing that we're doing is we left off building out this form, right? So we created the pages to scaffold it, but we haven't built out this actual like form for the quota stuff. And that's what we want to do. I want to make sure that I reuse the form for create and edit. So yeah, I started looking at like all the components I might need. I decided to look at what the hell an angle slider is. Oh, okay, okay. It's kind of cool. I'm not going to use it, but kind of cool. But yeah, before I even get to building out the contents of that form, we should actually consider what the props are going to be. No, I won't be having a whiskey until a bit. Right? It's still a work week. I'm not on holiday yet. I will have some later. I picked up a bunch of the glass bottle Coca-Colas from Costco. Did a bunch of my grocery shopping. Got more shrimp, got some chicken breast. Because I don't want to have to go to the store like during like holidays. All right, so is editing no? On cancel, yes. I like that. On submit, and then quota here is actually optional. And we're not going to need children at all. So yeah, we can just do quota form props. All right, that will We'll just do quota like that for now. And actually, yeah, we're going to do this a different way. All right, so we got a bunch of this state. What we should probably do is we should make it a use reducer, right? So yeah, instead this will be const. Is a use reducer the right thing here? Hold on, let me double check. Nice. See, I like the use store hook in solid. I think it's a nicer abstraction than use reducer. Let's go look at Manteen's hooks. See if they have a nicer hook for us. Eight-hour session of what? I mean, I guess 8 hours of pretty much anything is rough. Coding? I mean, it's better than some other stuff. What inspired Waltr? I wanted usage-based billing for another product I was making that a hard drive crashed and I lost like a year's worth of work on. And I also think it wasn't like a good business. Like not worth reviving that project yet. And also basically like the way that DigitalOcean does their billing. I really like that, right? Like the prepaid aspect. Right? Like so many other usage-based billing tools do like an invoiced billing. I like the idea of the prepaid billing. I think there's another thing here. Is it forms? I could have sworn they had some kind of like, oh, here it is, Manteen form. Yeah, use form. So I should probably just be doing use form. Yeah, so like another major like pivot that I've done recently is the idea of a quota. So if you want to build like a hosting service, right? You might give someone a terabyte of bandwidth per month, right? How do you track that? How do you then make sure you bill them for overages? You know, so that tracking there is also a thing that we're building out. And yeah, definitely, like some company, some dev could build this themselves, but anytime they're spending doing that is time that they're not spending building their actual product. Do they send notifications or anything? Because that's part of the infrastructure I want to build out too, right? Like being able to send emails about like, hey, you're about to hit your quota or your limit or whatever. You're about to run out of balance. Like, yeah, I think that's another major like thing that this product could do. Oh, yep. Yeah, so I mean, the way I want to build it out is that it's up to the client to determine that, right? And the client meaning like my customer. So like if we look at the type, there's the idea of like notify before they hit their limit, right? Is there an amount before that limit you want them to be able to hit or a percentage instead? Should they be overdraftable? How much before you do a hard cutoff? That kind of thing. Now, this is just for a quota. The thing you're talking about with like a prepaid balance, that's a balance, and that's just a different mechanism. But I may want to bring some of those other props over into here. But yeah, so this is the one that we're working on right now. And yeah, we need to finish getting out this form. So local quota here. Yeah, right? Like at some point you'll have to cut someone off so that you're not bleeding money, but give people the option at least. Oh, interesting. So their abstraction here wants us to use like their submit function. Okay. Yeah, I still like the abstraction. I think we'll call it good. Um, Yeah, I'm just trying to think. How do I want to set up the initial values? What's up, Crow? How you doing? Oh, and Nelixis. Yeah, how you doing? Sorry, almost missed that. And hey, what's up, Ian? Yeah, what you been up to? Not sure if you're doing the conference submission stuff. I think you might have just missed React Miami. I think that was yesterday. No, React Miami was Friday, I think. Yeah, okay. So React Miami's closed. Render ATL just actually extended theirs. Mr. Sir. So yeah, Render ATL extended theirs. I've submitted mine already. That I can understand that. It's an amazing conference, though. I wouldn't let it get in the way of speaking at this one. This is one of like the biggest, best conferences out there. But yes, I can understand how you might have gotten burned a bit. They're still hiring for something like that role. Trying to remember what it was. Like director or something like real high up. Head of DevRel. Yep. Without getting into any major details, I would assume you would say avoid it. I don't think I'm qualified at the moment anyway. But I do know someone else that works there. They were great. I forget their name. Was it Joyce or something like that? Jess? I think it's Jess. Jesslyn? Like really like into like writing. Like she gave a talk at SquiggleConf, I think. Yeah, she's great. Yeah, super cool. Yeah, yeah, maybe at another, like, maybe in private or whatever. I'd love to, like, pick your brain about what wasn't good. My guess is it's more just like the people, not necessarily like the product. Like a couple people maybe. Not Jess, obviously. But just like I could bet one or two people. Yeah. I don't know any of them. I'm just speculating. Or would you say it's like an organizational thing? And, whatever. No details. It's not a big deal. Whatever you want to share. Upper management. Yeah. That's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah. Okay. But yeah. You planning on any other conferences? You mentioned PyCon, right? Yeah, this one's good. Oh, 19th. So that one's close. Might get into live streaming. Makes sense. I think it's tough to do live streaming as a company, right? Because you need that like interactive aspect of it, but you also kind of need something to like fill the dead air. You don't want to do like the AWS style ones. Okay, just take it easy, Ayush. All right. You are becoming a bit much to talk to. Yeah, like the live streaming thing is tough for companies to do because they want to make it like a product pitch kind of BSy thing, and no one actually like listens or cares about those really. So yeah, I think that's the tough bit there. Oh, and PyCon's in Pittsburgh. Oh, that would be a good excuse to go visit some family. All right, so what kind of talks do they allow? Oh, was that something you did? I don't think I remembered that you were on the Postman one. Yeah, I just spaced that part. That's my bad. Okay, that's right. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah, so yeah, I want to propose a tutorial, right? And call it like advanced Git operations or something. I don't know. I think that would be really good. They're good? Yeah, I've never been to PyCon. I don't do enough Python you know, to propose a talk pretty much ever. See, I don't think that would be that big of a deal because it would be more like interactive anyway. It's like a classroom setting. So, you'd go through, you'd set like two or three goals of like tasks we want to accomplish, right? One I'm considering is like when and why to bisect, right? And how you would use that to like maybe find how a bug was introduced, right? That's just one example of like an advanced Git topic, and it'd just be going through the process of solving it, you know? So I don't think that would be that big of a deal. And then you can answer questions and stuff while it's going. So yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. Um, by simply being the person at the front of the room talking, you're already given authority. Yeah. No, this seems good. Yeah, yeah, this is really nice. For React Miami, Michelle, I think her name is, had like a tweet where she describes what they look for in talks as well, which is cool. Oh, interesting. They even pay an honorarium. Oh. And do they cover travel? I guess that's another big part. All right, so today's the 17th, Wednesday's 18th, Thursday's the 19th. All right, so I got a couple days to prepare for this. Yeah, yeah, this could be good. I'm going to move that over, and then, yeah, we'll get back to our code. Sorry. And yeah, if you see any other ones that do like, no, I appreciate it because that was something I even discussed in the work meeting that I did just earlier here on stream. So basically, if you see any others that do like a good tutorial or workshop track, let me know because that's something that I want to start trying to propose a bit of as well. Oh, we'll skip that intro song. Sponsorship for travel? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if I give this like workshop, I don't necessarily need it because it would be like a Git focused thing. So like Git Kraken would probably cover it. And I got family out in like the Pittsburgh area. I'm not sure how close it really is, but I could always crash with them too. Like I'll probably end up having to visit anyway, you know? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, like public talks is not a mandate, but if I am promoting the company, then I can get some stuff covered. Which is why, like, for some of the ones that do cover everything, I may not be pushing as much of like the Get Kraken stuff, just because, you know, like you can definitely reach like a saturation point as far as like certain talks. So I want to make sure I only give the talks at places where like the benefits there. Hold on. Let's do this. Dark mode those docs. Nailed it. All right, so we've got this here quota form. All right, so we'll say name and unit first, and we'll get those out there. What else are they saying I'm missing? Created at and modified at. Um, omitted quota? It's Dorama Sands. It's even better. Because it's just a font, man. Because you don't need monospacing in your editor. Right? My indentation lines up just fine. Your spaces are still the same size. Your indentation then is consistent. That's the only part that matters. Right? Unless you're doing something like this. Right? You are trying to line up your colons, you're messing up. Right? Don't try to line up colons. Leave that to the doctor from the Human Centipede. Should never try to do this. There's no point. Hi-ish. Again, you are a very, very high effort chatter, right? Like responding to you is becoming a chore. I would say relax, chill. You're stacking all these questions way too quickly. I'm not saying you gotta leave, right? If your option when someone tells you to chill out is to just bail, that's a you problem. Right? Like, you're basically saying if you're not allowed to be annoying, you don't want to be here. So, Ayush, I appreciate the comment, but you don't need to throw another streamer under the bus because of it. You can just say that you appreciate that I'm, like, chill in coding. Prime is also a coder. There will be no Prime slander here in chat. That's my job. And it's not slander, but I do acknowledge that he and I have different approaches to some things, and that's healthy. I consider him a friend. No. Yeah, we know there, 2Tap. I've already told him to relax, so it's all right there, 2Tap. Appreciate you. But, let me reprimand people. We don't need chat ganging up on people. I do appreciate it, though. Just saying. It never feels good when everyone starts ganging up on you. All right, so Super Maven didn't specifically nail it with this stuff because it doesn't know what component library I'm using, so, not Super Maven's fault. It did nail it with the get input props, though. Didn't it? It did. Well done. But yeah, we don't need to do the ID thing because it's going to do that for the key stuff, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, let's refactor this a little bit. No, and I get it, Ayush. Yeah. Right. Again, if this was a much more popular stream and there was a lot more people, I might not have even seen most of your comments. Right? I get it. Totally fine. We do get people chatting more frequently than this. From time to time. But it's still normally like a bunch of people send a message at a time, not someone spamming out 10 messages a minute. And one of my favorite parts of the stream is the interactivity. So but I do appreciate you. Thank you for understanding. So yeah, we want to do the key thing. We probably will do the with asterisk. Why not? So it's just dot key. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so when we start thinking about this, we can just start hacking this out. So as far as this goes, unit is going to be very different. This is going to be a radio button. So yeah, let's go look at this. Yeah, the shrugs are JSTS biscuits. I actually think I want to turn JSTS biscuits off. There are times where it's like worthwhile, right? Like here, letting us know that this is the initial values object. Here, letting us know it's the validate function. Here, letting us know that's the end of that variable, so we don't have to scroll up for it. We do get some of that from VS Code, though, just with like the sticky header part. And yeah, I think the save icons here are actually way more worth it. Right, so this is for the HTML, letting us know what like div each one of these is. Yeah, so are you using HTML biscuits? So yeah, HTML biscuits is what does it for the HTML stuff. Well, technically, this is a TSX file, so it's TypeScript. So it's actually right. Like, HTML is the JSX or TSX part, but the rest is actually JavaScript. So it does kind of like make them interfere just a bit. So yeah, HTML biscuits is one I made, and so is the other one. And if you're using VS Code, I made NeoVim biscuits as well. Or not VS Code, sorry. If you are using NeoVim, I also made NeoVim biscuits. And man, we're close to 12,000 installs. That'd be cool. But then, yeah, JSTS, and then if you use other languages like Rust, like here's the list: C, C#, Elm, Go, Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust, Toml, and YAML. Right? You can also get your ending brackets annotated there too. And then, yeah, for NeoVim users, yeah. Yeah, we made all these on stream. So I made HTML biscuits first. And then I made JSTS biscuits and then CSS biscuits because those had like built-in language servers in VS Code. And then I started trying to do it for other languages that didn't have a built-in language server, languages like C#. And I just ran into all sorts of issues trying to get their plugins to play nice. So instead I made assorted biscuits, and it uses tree sitter under the hood. And that allows like a lot like simpler interactions with languages that don't necessarily have a language server for VS Code. So that was nice. So Anosh over there, we do have bracket colorizer, right? Hence why this one is yellow and this one's blue. So yeah, we have bracket pair colorization. One thing we don't have is indent highlighter. That's an extension I forgot to install. But yeah, VS Code ships with bracket colorizing by default. So wait, 2Tap, are you using like one of those extensions? Because if so, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it might not be the same one. If you're using Flutter, they have their own like specific one. Flutter is what inspired me to make the HTML one. The emojis just make it more fun. Like, I could just make it red. I could make it, you know, instead of the save icon, we could just have it be text. I think the emojis are just more fun, though. 1 second, 2Tap. Yes, I've done Flutter stuff. Oh, and hold on. I messed that up. All right, there you go. So yeah, feel free to give us that link. Damn! So theirs has a lot of installs. But do they let you do... Okay, they do let you do a prefix. Okay. All right, fine. I get it. I get it. Yeah, this is probably purely HTML. I'm not sure why they wouldn't support JSX. Yeah. They're huge. Like, yeah, they're killing it. So they are using the VS Code HTML language service. I feel like it should work with TSX then, because I'm using the same language service. Unless they're doing something where they're like looking at file name. But I don't see that. Oh, interesting. So this is their problem. Yeah, it's not going to work on anything that's not a complete HTML file, right? So that would be their issue. They're first looking to see if it's an HTML document, right? Like the HTML tag itself, right? Then they're making sure that it's not within the head. Interesting. Yeah, they're doing a bunch of stuff that's questionable. Yeah, I would say HTML biscuits. Yeah, I would prefer. Okay, so real quick, best stoner EU. Which biscuit settings are you looking for? Are you looking for the assorted, or are you looking for the HTML ones? Because it's just an editor, Ayush. I don't care. Right, so if you're talking about assorted, I set one for all this stuff. VS Code has plugins too, man. I've even written a NeoVim plugin. Like, dude, just chill on that kind of stuff. Your tools and the languages you use are not sports teams. Stop treating them that way. The assorted one. So yeah, I could probably find. How do I get to the text version? Where's one that makes me pop open the settings.json? There we go. Let's see. So language specific. Is there like a paste bin alternative? Microbin? I hope. Maybe not. Shit. Pastes.io. God, the ads, though, they're just a lot. Bpaste is another. Yeah, Bpaste is good. I'll have to remember Bpaste. You like the yellow pointer? Yeah, thanks, Pico de Gallo. I like your name. You're delicious. Pastebin is problematic because of like the ads they show sometimes. Like the ads can get really gnarly. Yeah, Bpaste versus JS Fiddle or any of those, like sure, that also works. I should probably put it in a gist, that way I could share it indefinitely. That's not a bad idea. But yeah, just in case, if you are a NeoVim user here, Ayush, you can also get biscuits there. Tej even helped me work on it. All right, let me double check. Any other comments I missed? Yeah, I think we're good. All right, cool. Let me get more music going. Oh, what is the, I forget what icon we have replacing the word nvim. Wait, was that not it? Oh, it was code. Code is the word. Got it. That's the word that got replaced there. Yep. All right, so back to this form. What's up, Sadhu? How you doing? All right, so yeah, the rest of that looks okay to me. So then, yes, the part we left off on is I need to find radio input. Okay, so then this ends up being quota form. Oh, hold on. Oh, that's right. That's called power mode. That's what we wanted. So yeah, radio.group is what we're looking for here. What's up, JWF? How you doing? Yeah, so I'm not sure about this part. Basically, what I want is we're gonna have, like a radio for bytes, a radio for time, maybe seconds, and then a radio for custom, and then that's where there's like a text field. So we'll at least look at these, and then I'll think about how we want to style that. And hold on. Yep. All right. So yeah, there's going to be more to it there. But I don't want flex call. We want flex row. But no, we don't. And then this is flex row. Sure. We want some gap. We want some, let's say, MT2. Give it a little space there. I bet this is going to mess up our gap, though. If I make this 8. Oh, that's not bad. No, that's fine. The website's font? I don't remember. Yeah, Stoner, I was mainly looking at, like, is the gap going to influence, like, the gap between the radio and the label? Because they were equal a second ago. So that's what I was worried about there. But I think this is fine. Yeah, and we want to consider how it's going to go mobily. Like, we've got some, like, overlapping issues for now on the mobile, but we can still consider, like, well, yeah, what should this actually turn into after that? And then, yeah, it should go to column. So instead, we'll do gap. Let's just say 2 for now. And then this becomes, I believe, LG, and this becomes LG. Yeah, that works for me. But real quick, I do have to use the restroom. So give me just a second. I think we're probably good on the water for now. Okay, so let me go pee, and I'll be right back.
This is medieval times!
That was a perfect transition. I'm back. Give me just a sec. Grab myself some chips. No, it's fine. Mannequin piss is actually out in public. You know, that's a thing you could go see. Movie it's from was The Money Pit. Right, that was PG-13, right? It was rated PG. Dude, it's rated PG, you know? And yes, I know for a fact that mannequin piss is a public statue in Germany. Brussels. Nope. What's up, Non? How you doing? Oh, you're doing some React stuff. Nice. What were you doing with React? Nice. Yeah, we're doing some React today. And yeah, it's going well. How far did you get into the tutorial? So I haven't done the tutorial. Like what was like the latest technique? I assume some like state stuff and all that. right? So like use state. You got any use effects that you had to write? Those are always fun. I always forget to do this. I should definitely start doing this scene more. Second, let me do this. There you go. Yeah, that's a good way to keep it like it's a good way to keep your use effects from causing re-renders. Oh yeah, no, that's always been a thing. So, as an example, right? Like what if you had a use effect right? I'll show like an example of this. So let's just say you have const dep set dep, and we'll just say it's a number, right? Oh no, that's fine, but it's a nice quick little thing. So use effect is basically a way of saying I want to run this code every time something changes, right? So you want to listen to that dependency value. Because technically if you wanted to like change the value on a timer, but we only wanted to do it, say, once, right? When the value changes, then you could do something like this, but this is going to fire more than you want. So now, basically, this timeout actually refires every time we do this set dep value, and you get into that like that cycle. So one of the fixes is we no longer do that, and we could do instead set dep, and right, like if you have a linter, this dep plus 1, your linter would complain that you're not actually putting that dependency in the dependency array. So then here, instead, you could do this. And then it would be current dep, right? And then you could do return current dep plus 1. So then this would no longer be that loop, right? This would only fire the once because we have no dependency, so there's nothing to cause it to redo. So it's kind of cool. In fact, here, let me do this. Because I think it's more fun to show this as an example. Right, so see how that's just going nonstop as we change things? Well, hold on, no, this one doesn't. Let's do another one that would. And what are we going to call it? We'll just call it dep2. Oh, and we're doing set dep here. Okay. Right? So now we see dep2 is in this loop. And that can be a major problem for your code, right? Because you just want to set the value to an increment of it. You don't want this to refire every time you update it. So if we refresh, let's start from a 0 value, right? And because the use effects fire twice, that's why we get this one to 2, because it's in dev mode right now. But yeah, so that's what like the set state with the function is useful for instead of just this. So yeah, I just wanted to, demonstrate that just a little bit. Now, here's the other thing. If we didn't have this in a timeout, this would actually be like a loop that locks up the entire system because it happens every render. So yeah, it would be a really bad move if we didn't have this in a set timeout. I'd have to like kill the tab. But yeah, I don't know. Just wanted to share that like mini little like snippet of why that's useful. You are. Yeah, you are technically a raider. Just finished work? Nice. I'm going to say... might be soda time. Let's do that real quick. So yeah, React is fun. I enjoy it. I think it's great. There are definitely people out there that, like to take things to an extreme. So it's either all React or no React and blah, blah, blah. Like, oh my God. Right? Extremists are insufferable in pretty much every case. But yeah, you got to get going. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, go get your food. But hold on. What are you going to eat? This is a foodie stream in disguise. And I haven't decided what I'm eating tonight yet either. I did pick up some frozen crab cakes. So that might be dinner tonight. But yeah, for sure, Non. No, yeah, you're going to have to learn React if you do want to be employable. I just think it's 100% necessary. Does every application or website need React? No. Yeah, I mean, it's useful for being productive. That's the entire point. Maybe some pasta. Ooh, all right. Well, yeah, enjoy the pasta. Oh, that's a good soda. Oh, the glass bottle Coca-Colas are so much better. So much better. Hey, what's up, Space Case? All right, so the part that we were working on is we've got these sliders, or not sliders, sorry, these radio buttons, and I need to create an input for the custom one. I'm also thinking we'll want to create an example of it at some point too. And yeah, here's what we'll do. Can we do a radio as an element with children? Like, where does that get put? Oh, it looks like they hate it. All right, so we cannot do that. Yeah, because it's putting it directly into the element. Okay, so we can't do that. Sure, JWeth. What's the story? And yeah, so you made a vow of 1 year. Hold on, let me read that. Only JavaScript, and it looks like it's going to be a long 1 year given how many frameworks and libraries there are. I mean, you don't have to learn all of them. I would say learning one, good. Learning a second, better. And learning a third, great. Mainly because you get to understand what the common patterns are between them. So if you've done Svelte, learning React is going to be fine. Right? Because the patterns are very similar. Sure, things like use effect are different, but meh. And then after that, maybe learn some Angular or Vue. I would say either one of those, just something with slightly different syntax. Because I would focus on maybe don't worry about Solid versus React. They're so similar that picking one up is pretty easy. Again, Slawcat, that's what I'm getting at. If you learn one framework, you've already learned the basic patterns. And those basic patterns are routing, components, you know, like presentational components versus logic components, things like that. Those patterns are actually applicable to every single front-end framework. And because Angular has been pushing the logic component and the presentational component architecture for a long time, you probably already understand and know that part, so you're going to write better React code because of it. The biggest problem I will say is that React no longer has like the really nice syntax for the lifecycle. Right? So at that point, when I talk about the lifecycle, you mean things like, I forget, in Angular, it's on init, right? In React, it used to be component will mount or component did mount. I forget which one. It was like the one you were supposed to use. I think did mount. That way you could get access to the DOM and all that. But basically, all of those lifecycle hooks from Angular are no longer explicitly spelled out in React. You use hooks instead, and there isn't even like a specific one, right? In Svelte, you've got on mount and on destroy, right? Exactly. Those kinds of like good named lifecycle hooks are really nice. And that's one of my biggest complaints about React. Now, technically, you could end up finding all of those kind of things inside of a framework that gives that stuff back to you. So if we look at it, we've got lifecycle, like use did update, use force update, use its first render, use isomorphic effect, use mounted. So there are libraries that recreate those hooks for you. They don't have a use destroy though, but really Your hooks are going to clean up after themselves anyway, so that part's fine, as long as you're doing it right. Like as long as you have a good return value from your use effects, etc. So you can use libraries to actually get back that nice, clean API. React focused on being as minimal as they could be rather than spelling all that out for you. I think it would have been a better developer experience, especially for devs new to React, if they had created an on-mount, on-destroy type hook. I think on-destroy doesn't make as much sense, but on-mount and on-update makes less sense. But there's definitely some like specific hooks that matter. Like is first render, that's a nice one. But I think mounted is probably like the number one. Yeah, so I push back majorly on that, Best Stoner. I'm good. I think you're better off building applications with frameworks because then they give you the patterns that you can take to make something in vanilla actually maintainable. I think promises and async and all those basic patterns can be learned just fine inside of a framework. Totally fine. By starting vanilla first, you're going to set up yourself with a lot of bad habits and patterns from the beginning about how to manage state and how to manipulate the DOM and blah, blah, blah. You actually shouldn't treat the DOM as a source of truth, but a lot of things that start out vanilla do, and that's a huge problem. The DOM should just be a declarative rendering output for what your logic produces, not a source of truth that you're like grabbing the data from and then updating and then putting it back. Like that round trip is a bad idea. So yeah, I push back on the build applications with vanilla. Nah. I massively push back on that. Using frameworks does instill at least a bit of like the best practices for making maintainable vanilla applications, in my opinion. What you'll end up finding is if you want to do vanilla right for an application, not just like sprinkling stuff onto what is a glorified form, then you're going to end up recreating a lot of what React does already with like the declarative rendering of your return JSX, etc. If you want to make maintainable and easy to debug vanilla applications, you're going to end up recreating React, or at least as far as like the top-down data flow goes. Makes sense, Gardet. I've been like, I don't like the appeal to authority. The only reason I'm using these dates in general is to point out that I've seen the entire like evolution happen. I was there and a part of it. The amount of time I've been doing this stuff doesn't matter, but the fact that I experienced the changes from all these front-end frameworks, that's the important thing that I'm trying to get at. So I started trying to do like front-end style applications around like 2010. I tried AngularJS 1.1. That was a nightmare if you messed up. Like if you misspelled one of your dependency injection strings, entire application broke with an error that would not give you any discernible way of actually debugging that. So then I moved into Ember around 2011. Made a bunch of stuff with Ember, made a bunch of stuff with Meteor, and then eventually had to go back to AngularJS because the company that I got a job with, they sold the client on building with AngularJS, but luckily by AngularJS 1.3, they solved a lot of like the user experience issues or developer experience issues, such as misspelling a dependency injection. There was a gulp plugin for that, no problem. So what I'm getting at is I've seen this entire like evolution, right? I remember when React was brand new and Ryan Florence used to be an Ember dev, and now, like, he basically jumped onto the React hype train real early and wrote React Router real early. But you know what? He actually wrote Ember Router back in the day too. It was actually a big deal when he jumped ship to React. Now, here's the thing. Ember is fine. Does a lot of really good stuff. It has patterns and things that you just do it the Ember way and you're good to go. Yeah, Create React App is slow because of like Webpack. And again, here's another thing I want to point out. We couldn't have better, faster, usable tools without something else proving it to be the right way. So before Webpack, we all had these like very, like, they were unique snowflake, terrible build processes using grunt and gulp and gluing together a bunch of plugins for those things, such as Uglify and all that stuff. That shit sucked. That shit was the worst. Nowadays, Webpack has saved us from that entire process. And now we have, even if Webpack is slow, it's still way better than the weird ad hoc build processes we used to build ourselves. I remember looking at 1,000-line grunt files, 1,000-line gulp files. That shit sucked. So people can shit on Webpack all they want, but they're just wrong because they lack the context of how bad it was before Webpack. Sure, Webpack's slow, but Webpack had to prove that that was the right way to do bundling. And now we have all sorts of other things that can improve upon that. But without someone actually proving out the right way, we'd still be back in those dark ages. Or it would have taken longer to get to where we are now. All right, so one second. And yeah, no, I get it, Best Stoner, for sure. Right? Don't create big vanilla apps or use it religiously. I get it. Right? Still try to understand the basics. I totally get that too. Yeah, for sure. But what I'm getting at is if you want to build an application, building an application requires knowledge about JavaScript that you'll never get from vanilla. Right? So then you'll just replay the same mistakes that framework developers made to get to where we got now. So yeah, I get that. I totally understand Best Stoner. Like, you don't do vanilla apps. That's the biggest thing that I have as a pushback against HTMX. I think HTMX is great for what it needs to do. But if your application is just a couple like glorified HTML forms, HTMX is totally good for you, but that's not an application. If you can get by with HTMX or vanilla, go for it. But you're not going to build large, robust dashboard applications with vanilla or HTMX. It's just, you're not going to do it. If you do it, you wasted so much time. So yeah, real quick, JavaScript or web apps was way less relevant in terms of how functionality was defined. PHP was the rage back then, PHP 5, then 7, then Node.js took over. I would argue that Node.js was already taking over at the PHP 5 days. I would say at the PHP 5.6 days. Yeah, Node.js was already like highly sought after. Yeah, by 2013, Meteor.js was a big thing, and that was a Node server. Express was already like great for microservices. Like, yeah, by 2013, Node.js was heavily used in a lot of specific cases. Because of its event-driven model, right? You were able to serve way more requests per second with Node.js because of its event-driven process model versus something like PHP that is a top-down render from top to bottom every single request. So Node.js massively improved upon performance compared to PHP Nowadays, things have caught up, but yeah, like there's just a big difference in that architecture. Like every PHP page rendering is a top to bottom reevaluation of everything. Oh, absolutely. You should learn. Yeah, PHP is definitely worth learning, for sure. Yeah, 70% of the internet, at least last time I looked at the number, is still PHP. WordPress is 40% of that. You know who we have to thank for PHP being performant? Facebook. Facebook created their own entire PHP runtime called HHVM, the hip hop VM, specifically for the case of rendering PHP faster. And a lot of what they learned made it into PHP 7. Yeah, maybe Gardeck. I mean, you don't need to downplay WordPress's relevance. You don't need to downplay like PHP in general. Matt Mullenweg is doing all that shit for you. Matt Mullenweg is the one making PHP unusable because you can't trust a thing that some petulant child is in charge of. You just can't do it. And he has come out and said WP.org is his. Deal with it. He is WP.org. Like, dude, yeah, Matt Mullenweg really, really needs to step down. That's all there is to it. Or he needs to relinquish control over a bunch of things and give them to the foundation. I won't touch a single thing that he has anything to do with anymore. Not because of the technology, because of him. Dude, Tom, Facebook made React. So yeah, they did React Native. They also made React. I get that, Gardeck, but you could probably just use something like Astro instead. Unless you need a client to do the content stuff, you don't need WordPress anymore. Only reason to use WordPress is if your clients need to enter content into the CMS. Astro, you could just edit Markdown. You can just, yeah, like, I would say give Astro a try. Because then you're just generating a static site, and you're done. You could even use Astro to consume WordPress as a static site generator, right? And WordPress just as a headless CMS. So you don't even need WordPress to do the rendering of your front end anymore. Because WordPress has the REST API. So you should decouple as much stuff as you can from the WordPress ecosystem. But if you have clients that need to do their own like content, right? Creating their own blog posts and all that stuff, WordPress is probably still the way to go. Gardeck, you probably could do that. But you as a content creator, as like a dev, I don't think you need that. So there's the big thing, Best Stoner. Yeah, the problem with WordPress from that perspective is that a lot of the freelance clients you're going to get are going to nickel and dime you. It's one of those things where you actually need to charge way more than you think your time is worth, because then you filter out the clients that aren't actually worth your time. There's actually an inverse ratio. The more you charge, the better clients you get. Yeah, no worries, Slawcat. Have a good one. There's some weird perverse inverse ratio of The less a client is paying you, the more they're going to want to take up all your time. Right? The less a client pays you, the more they think you're overcharging them. That's the thing, Tom. You can charge that crazy money because at the end of the day, a company like T-Mobile recognizes what their time is worth, and quibbling over a few thousand is not worth their time, right? At all. I've worked for clients where charging them $1,000 for a WordPress site is something where they're going to push back and try and get it for 800. Meanwhile, you get a large client like T-Mobile and tell them it's going to be 20 grand, and they just say, okay. Right? As long as you can justify where the hours are going and why. Yeah, totally. There's definitely some like law or mathematical equation that we could create. Yeah, should have said 40. Shit. You know, like, yeah, exactly, Carses. And that's a good problem to have. Should have said 40. Shit. Yeah. You left money on the table. But yeah, it is just, I don't know, man. If we could create that formula, we'd be set. No, WP.org sucks because Matt Mullenweg still owns it. WordPress.org, Matt Mullenweg still owns it. That's why it sucks. WordPress, the tool, great. WordPress.org, nah, as long as Matt Mullenweg owns it, nah, it sucks. Anyway, let's get back to what we're doing. I said the word headless like 5 to 10 minutes ago. That's where they were getting that context. What? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, man. Ooh, Carses, I just read about that thing in like the 40K lore, where if the orcs believe it hard enough, it makes it real. That part's crazy. Yeah, it's hold on. Let me see if I can find it on Reddit real quick. Damn, the sub moves so fast, though. Jesus. Yeah, I guess I'll never find it. No, this stuff's from like a few days ago. Hold on. Yeah, there was like a good Warhammer meme. I want to show it real quick. Hey, and thank you for the sub. Yeah, I would say check out Astro. Like, it's really good. The idea they have behind islands is really compelling. Damn, is it not this subreddit? Oh, I mean... Hold on. This one's just good. Yeah, I was looking for a different meme, but this one's solid. Coffee! Alcohol! Hey, where's water? Oh, I don't know. Oh, wait, who are you? That part's solid. Hold up. I'm wondering, how's their JavaScript? Does the lightbox pop up? It doesn't. Whatever. Good enough. So, all right, this is like inside your stomach. Coffee! Oh, hey, alcohol! Wait, where's water? They're worried for him. Oh, man, he's missing. And then all of a sudden, oh, God, who are you? And it's, yeah, that's like the vomit coming up. Like a solid meme. But yeah, no, that's not the one I was looking for. Shit. Maybe it's like in PETA explains the joke. I don't know. Hold on. 40K never misses. No. Hold on. Here it is. Yeah, I've heard like if there's someone you don't like, you order them a cement mixer because then the cream curdles in your stomach. I'm using Super Maven right now. Yep. It is really fast. All right, so here it is. This is stupid. It can't be done. I'm telling you. Arky can't miss. Boom. Right? The guy's hit. What? How? Arky can't miss. But we're still in orbit. Right? So the magic of Warhammer 40K lore is that if enough orcs believe it, it becomes true. Right? Like, their ships are cobbled together from scrap, but if they believe that they'll fly in space, it becomes true. As long as people believe that Arky can't miss, he can't miss. So yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's like very interesting. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Gardek, I don't know, man. That's up to you. No, WordPress is not a JS framework. That was Woodford Reserve, yes. Keen eye. Look at the big brain on Zach. I'd be curious where you're seeing that. No, they're just talking about rendering speed. This is not about JS frameworks. Astro is not a JS framework. It's actually written in Go. Right? They're calling it a web framework, not a JS framework. I don't know where you see it. No, this is the part that you're talking about. This is the only place WordPress is even mentioned. Right? They're just saying web frameworks and your performance vitals. Yeah, I would say definitely give Astro a try. As far as static site like frameworks go, static site generators, it's the one I pick nowadays. Just because it still allows you to have interactive content, right? So if we go look at Vexilla, we can go to the docs. We can go look at, I'm going to say get started here, right? And we can look at this changing from language to language. That is client side. But if we turned off JavaScript, it would still render the default value of TypeScript, right? So Astro is a static site generator or framework that allows you to make static sites that still allow interactive content in a clean and easy way. So if we inspect element and go look at network, right? All of these things, the JS for the theme selector, the JS for the code snippet tool, the get help button, all of these things are interactive, but they're not required for the page to render. So if I were to go and turn JavaScript off for this site, the site still renders. But the dark mode versus light mode is actually client-side driven at the moment. There should be some CSS that prioritizes it, but I don't know if I've set that at the OS level. Yeah, sure. I think you needed the sun. Now, granted, some things just don't work, like this. That language selector requires JavaScript to be there to actually change the language, but we still get the initial content to render. So even when you have interactive content, the initial state can still be rendered. Which is why it ends up being so fast and so SEO capable, because you're not relying upon server-side rendering. You're relying upon static site generation. And that is cheaper to deploy, easier to deploy. You can host it basically anywhere. Yeah, and Vexilla has a bunch of bugs right now that I just don't have time to fix. No, Astro is a static site generator. A framework that generates static sites. They list Next.js here, but Next.js favors server-side rendering, but pretty much all of these other things are static site generators. They generate HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with all the content that you need to be there. Some of the better ones, like Docusaurus or Gatsby or Astro, allow you to add interactive content on top, but your initial content still renders. The problem with Mern is that it doesn't do static. The standard Mern stack has no concern for static site generation. When all you're deploying is HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, and that HTML contains the content that you care about, you get basically infinite scalability and you get perfect SEO. You can use Vite to make a static site. That is possible. But you're not going to get it out of the box. Gardek, real quick, show me any marketing site you've built with Vite. Well, there you go. That's why you wouldn't use it for a static site. Done. Problem solved. Yes. I did not ask for some random blog post about what server-side rendering is, Gardek. No, that is SSR. SSR is very different from SSG. I would say learn the difference between server-side rendering and static site generation. Server-side rendering requires a server running at all times. Static site generation just requires something capable of serving HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Yes. Which is why pretty much everybody pushes back on Vercel and Guillermo Rauch for pushing Next.js and their server-side rendering paradigm for stuff that doesn't need it. Some of the worst bugs I've ever seen were navigation bugs on someone's documentation. Server-side rendering requires a server to render things, Ayush. Static site generation is all of that content put into an HTML file already, so that you only need a CDN to serve that to people. The basic way to phrase that is, for server-side rendering, you send a request to the server, it does a bunch of stuff, and then generates the HTML that goes back to the user. With static site generation, The site is already generated into the HTML you would have sent back to the user. So there is no server digesting and creating that because it's already created. So it's the time at which you generate the HTML. With static site generation, you generate the HTML at build time. With server-side rendering, you generate the HTML at runtime. Yes, exactly. For sure, Tiago. Yep. I'm thinking that would be another really good talk for a beginner-focused like session or meetup. No, Ayush. Like, you can put it up to a caching framework, but it's simply about when do you render? When does your rendering happen? Static site generation, rendering happens at build time. So it's a build process on your dev machine or in CI/CD. Server-side rendering requires a server to be running all the time to serve those requests. So it will inherently cost you more money to do SSR. Vercel makes their money off of convincing people SSR is necessary. I don't know, man. It's getting really hard to try and explain this any other way. Gardek, that's one thing you can do to make SSR better, and that's something that Vercel does. They cache your server-side rendering ahead of time, or like after it's happened once, they have it for a bit. But then just remember, there are only two hard problems in programming: naming things, cache invalidation, and off-by-one errors. Shit. So yeah, if caching is your solution to a problem, surprise, now you have two problems. The third one is off-by-one errors. I said there are two things. I did three. That was an off-by-one error. That's the joke. What's up, Toxic? How you doing? All right, so hold on real quick. JWEF, you said something. So for the past 5 days, your keyboard's been acting weird. Followed every guide. Turns out your right enter key was stuck. Yeah, that's a bummer, JWEF. Oh, wait, PoE2 servers are down? Well, I'm glad I didn't end stream, because, yeah, that's what I'll be playing later tonight, for sure. Oh, they're already releasing, like, the new update, huh? Yeah, did you see the patch notes? It's really good. Yes, Ayush. So static site generators, those kinds of frameworks, just serve up HTML for every page that you might have, right? And that HTML will have the full content of that page. But frameworks like Astro still allow you to add interactive stuff to it in an easy way instead of having to write vanilla bullshit. So you can have little individually interactive elements using React or any other framework that they support without having to do that with the vanilla JS bullshit. So that is what Astro does that a lot of other static site generators don't do that well. If you're using Hugo, you don't get any like interactive like elements in a clean way other than just gluing it together yourself. All right, so hold on. Best Stoner just copied and pasted something from ChatGPT, probably. I recognize that sure anywhere. No, that's actually nice. I like that. Sure. Yeah, so static site generation is ready to go pancakes. Server-side rendering is custom-made pancakes. Something like Astro allows you to do pre-made pancakes with a topping that you add yourself. There you go. You guys both got it. So Gardeck, yeah, Google's entire repository is that big because the repository is a mono repo. So the magic part of how Google does that stuff is that they actually dog food and use Angular very heavily throughout the entire organization. If you want to ship a change to Angular, it has to pass all of the integration tests inside of all of Google. So it can't merge until those things get fixed, which is really powerful. Like some of the big changes to Angular didn't get pushed until some of the people on the Angular team or various other teams within Google helped those other teams resolve the issues that would have been created. So Angular is probably the most dog-fooded framework of anything, right? With React, from what I've heard, Facebook is now running off of the main open source React branch, but there's a bunch of feature flags inside of it that determine how it works wherever they're doing things. So the React that we get is not the same React that Facebook is using. It is actually the same code base now, but it didn't used to be. But even then, it's still not the same thing. Like, Facebook has had React server components for ages, and we're just now getting them, basically. So yeah, like, that is the big thing. Angular, right? The Angular we get is the one that has already passed all of Google's integration tests internally. The version of React that we get is the version of React that has certain feature flags turned on or off, or certain build flags turned on or off. It's actually really interesting that way. That's why a lot of like large enterprises tend to pick something like Angular, because they have this assurance that if something gets merged in, it's already been tested at Google scale. If it works for Google, it'll probably work for you too. Angular is a Google framework. That's what I'm getting at. The reason that you can trust it as an enterprise is because Google is using it directly. It's the exact same version that we get released out to us. The same can't be said for React and Facebook. Don't be sad for Facebook. They have more money than they know what to do with. Soda. There you go. Redbreast. That's the wild turkey, like aged whiskey that they have, right? Take it easy, Ayush. Ayush. No, just, dude, chill. How about this? Ayush, use a little empathy. If you were streaming, would you want someone pulling some shit like that in your chat? I want you to ask yourself that question before every message you send. Exactly. There you go. So figure it out. For every message you send, ask yourself if you would be stoked on a chatter doing that to your stream. It's not a perfect heuristic, but it's better than what we got going already with you, right? I know I've got some regulars that are like, why the fuck is Chris putting up with Ayush so much, right? You're getting way more leeway than a lot of people have gotten in the past. So please recognize that and just be cool, man. I don't believe you. Prove it. And all that means is just keep being normal. Most efficient way to learn coding? Building stuff. Right? Oh, I don't know, Tom. Like, we have a regular command, but that's just so you can post links, and you don't need any channel points to do that. Just chat and be chill. But yeah, so Roni, I would say, yeah, build stuff, but I think the tricky part is you need at least one decent tutorial to go through the basics. So it depends on what level you're at. If you haven't learned anything, I would say find some tutorial, maybe like Automate the Boring Stuff is a good book for Python specifically. Al used to stream here on Twitch. Not sure if he just got tired of dealing with Twitch chat. It's a thing. I think that is the #1 cause of streamer burnout, actually. So, right, when you recognize why I'm so harsh with chat, that's the reason. I've seen too many streamers burn out. I don't want to be one of them. I want to look forward to starting stream every day. So I'm gonna lay down the hammer every chance I get. And I know for a fact that some people are here in chat and hang out here as much as they do because I do that, because they don't want to put up with the bullshit. So I'm going to keep doing it. But yeah, like I would say Automate the Boring Stuff is a fantastic book. right? The creator of it, really cool dude. He used to actually stream here on Twitch. You know, he had a good fun stream when he did so. But I've heard from other people, like even a dev I used to work with at Fresh Consulting, they learned Python from this book. And they're good. They're one of the best devs I've worked with. They started out as a junior, pretty new to stuff. I got to teach him, you know, a bit. He's a great dev. Like, yeah, really good. He got his start in programming working on like fishing boats in Alaska type shit. Like, really cool. So there you go, Roni. Yeah, if you know Lua a little bit, then yeah, you're probably pretty good. I would say if you want to learn some syntax stuff, etc., you should definitely check out Automate the Boring Stuff. I think it's a great book. It's free to read, right? So like you can go read the whole thing for free. If you end up getting value out of it, you know, I would recommend buying it. Totally up to you though. And then after you've done this, build stuff. Find something you want to build. It depends on what you end up wanting to build. And then there's like other recommendations I can make. If you want to learn API development, you should probably just start out with something like Django. And yeah, just start building some REST APIs and do some other things. I think that's trickier there, Ayush. I would say they should build something that they want to build, right? Because the motivation to finish something is actually the hardest part. And the key is you want to try and actually finish something. All right, let me get more music going. The writer of this book made it into a course on a website that shall not be named. We're going to click deny on that one. I'm sorry, Gardek. No. That company sucks. This dude, Automate the Boring Stuff, really good. But nah, man. We will not support that website in any regard. It's a popular learning website that offers perpetual, like, oh, this course is discounted, but you got to buy it within the next 4 hours or whatever. And they have like thousands of courses like that. We're not going to name the site. Please don't anyone try and guess. You already know. You're already thinking exactly what site that is. Because I know Ayush is actually like a real name. And the part where you put man after it, that just sounds like... I don't know, like I've never seen man put after the name Ayush. So I just assumed Ayush was your name. And you were just throwing man on it. Like man, you know. So yeah, I didn't realize that that was actually an official name. Yeah. Watching, judging. Yeah, I like having the teleprompter here. I think it makes it a little more fun. I don't know. All right, so real quick, hold on. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll refrain from doing the thing that I just said was not safe for work, even though I'm almost positive it's safe for work, okay? So let me go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, see? Now, code drift, I totally should have done my BRB screen because, right, I was going to make a joke. Well, yeah, you've heard of Elf on the Shelf? It's Chris taking a piss. If we want to be British, it's Chris taking the piss. Boom, nailed it. Hold on, let me grab another soda. I know, right? So Roni, the thing is, yes, you can make basically anything with Python. But I would just point out that you should get good at learning new languages. Because at some point, there are certain things that certain languages and tools are better at. And it's not always because of the language itself. It's often based upon the things that are built for it. So Python is better for data science strictly because of things like Jupyter Notebooks and all of the other libraries written for Python. Go is better for CLI tools simply because of Cobra and Bubble Tea and a whole bunch of other like tools and libraries written in Go. And its ability to package as a binary, like cross-compatibly, etc. That's it, right? What makes a language best for a thing is not usually even the language itself, it's the things that people have built for that language. So at that point, decide what you want to build, and that often decides what language you should use. Don't pick the language first, and then the thing that you want to build. Pick the thing you want to build, and then pick the language. You may hoard those Perl scripts. Where are they actually running in some CGI bin somewhere? I'm pressing X to doubt right now. Here's a fun thing. Y'all know Lambda at Edge, right? It's like AWS Lambdas, but they run at CloudFront servers. The majority of everything that makes that work is Perl. I got to chat with one of the lead architects at one of the awesome meetups that used to be here in Seattle. Name of that was Beers with Engineers. Here's something fun. Hold on. "93% of paint splatters are valid Perl programs." So, is it possible to smear paint on the wall without creating valid Perl? So this image, hold on. The image below here evaluates to minus star question mark, which evaluates to the number 0. This one here, right? OCR recognizes as that, which evaluates to the string C in Perl. What do you learn first to build websites or EXE programs? Those are two completely separate things. If you want to learn websites, you need HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, and we tend to recommend FreeCodeCamp. To build EXE programs, you can build all sorts of shit. I don't know, man. So Roni, I would be careful listening to anything that Ayush is saying because they have already admitted that they're a beginner that probably should not be telling anybody what to do. They've also been on thin ice here in chat pretty much all day. CS50, I've heard that's a decent class, for sure. Yeah, I've heard CS50 is actually really good. I just think it's too low level. No, that's fine, Ronnie. I get it. I get it. I mean, you don't follow right now, so I don't know if you did. It's a little hard to believe you. No, you did. You sent a message. You said 200 decades ago. No, you sent a message on 8/6/2024. That's October. No, that's August, not October. Sorry. That was August, man. But Ham, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And Ent, again, thank you for that sub. Ent, I don't know if I got to your question, though, and I'm sorry about that. Are you still out there, Ent? Let me try and find it. I forget what you said. Feel free to repeat yourself. I let myself get distracted by other people. 200 decades ago is 2,000 years ago. I know, math, real fun. Yeah, and I'm not seeing your message. I'm sure I could find it again, but I got sidetracked. Blame these other people, man. Thank you, Roni. I appreciate that. But, Ent, what was your question that I totally forgot? I can actually look it up in your chat history now. 1 second. Oh, it's fine, Roni. Like, I can be a jerk from time to time. That's probably a big part of it. Oh, you just had like a large comment that I missed. So you're using work mainly Fast API, Python for backend, Angular on the front end. Did some Next on your personal stuff. Not your favorite, sure. Need some stuff to build. Small things easy. Maybe Astro is worth a try for these things. You don't need much scale on your work. Yeah, I think it's worth a shot. Sure. No, I know Gardek. I recognized it. I know. But also, like, come on, man. Was I also correct in guessing that you are that person that I've banned before? Maybe not. I don't know. But the fact that your account's so new, I don't know. I don't know. You definitely exhibit patterns of another person that kind of sucks. They kind of suck. I'm just saying you kind of sucked when I timed you out. Gardek, I'm still going to push back and time you out the next time you pull some shit like you pulled last time. I know, exactly, Tiago. Like, it's just strange. Is what it is. What am I doing right now? I'm trying to get back to work on this form. And the form is seen on this page that you can't see at the moment. 1 second, let me save. That's not a bad idea, Polymathic, right? Like, because the same person from account to account will likely use a lot of the same phrasing. And phrasing is still a thing. Right? Even if I created a new account and chatted in other streamers' chats, they'd recognize me due to all the movie quotes. It's actually really easy. Again, Roni, decide what you want to build first, and then that decides your language. Pick one thing. What do you want to build? That will decide what you need to learn. You can't decide, well then, how could we help you? Are we still doing phrasing? Yeah. Why did we stop doing phrasing? Phrasing is still a thing. Sure. Sure. I don't remember why the Google Ads team picked Dart, but it is. And you can recognize basically that's why they created Flutter, because I believe they needed to train people up on Dart. Like, here's the biggest thing. These giant companies release frameworks, I think, to make it easier to hire people without having to train them up. Right? Just imagine if you're Facebook or Google, how many thousands of hours per year right? Tens of thousands probably, that you don't spend on training new developers on this framework that you use internally, when instead you can have them do it on their own time before they even apply for the job. That's big money. Like, that's really big money. I don't know, Tiago. Oh, maybe you're saying Roni's a bot? Maybe you're talking about Gardek? I would say I'd believe you if it didn't seem like they were so, like, emotional. But yes, like, Tiago, you are right to be suspect of them for other reasons. I don't know. I don't think a bot would unfollow someone because they got upset. Possible, but I don't know, man. Some people just kind of suck to talk to sometimes, though. That's just humanity. People, what a bunch of bastards. A shower of bastards. No, I don't think they are necessarily. You'd be surprised how many human beings just end up being a bot. But Gardek, dude, no, I'm sorry. You're gonna have questionable comments. You can take 10 minutes and think about them, man. I mean, Omar, I have to curate my chat. Until you hit numbers like the Primogen or Theo, like, until you're at like 500 plus viewers, it's just not worth putting up with the assholes. Even if they're bots, even if they don't know better. Once you can get to the Primogens level, then you can just ignore half a chat, and it's fine. I'm not sure I want to get to that point, but I won't know till I hit it, so whatever. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ayush, you're one of the people that Prime ignores. I know it. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Yep. Yeah, Prime, I think technically needs less patience these days because he can, chat moves so fast, he doesn't actually need to acknowledge people. It's genius. Man. We just got to hit that 2K, right? No, I'm kidding. I enjoy the chat here more than I enjoy most things. How do I balance doing a stream and being productive? Well, luckily my job nowadays is just to make content and to interact with other devs. As a developer advocate, being here every day and chatting with y'all is actually part of my job. Right? Being relatable, understanding what devs complain and talk about every day. Yeah, that's actually part of my job now. As a front-end dev, the way I did that was I did a biphasic sleep cycle to where I could use the first 3 hours of my day twice a day. And those are typically my most productive programming-wise. A little bit there, Toxic. Yeah, for sure. And thank you, Candace. I appreciate that too. Yeah, when I was like front-end lead, front-end dev for various companies, yeah, I had to wake up at like crazy hours to get my work done. And then I would stream when it made sense, and then I'd do work at night. Like, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. We don't want to do a label on this. But yeah, no, I appreciate y'all for hanging out. Like, honestly. Before COVID, right? Before I started streaming, I was going to like 4 meetups a week because I worked from home already and I needed that like social connection. The crazy part is that Seattle would allow you to go to like 3 or 4 meetups a week. No problem. Like, the meetup scene was crazy. Nowadays, nah, there's like 1 meetup I go to. Seattle JS. It's one of the main reasons I am really, really considering San Fran. Like, the San Fran meetup scene is insane. Like, it's really good, actually. Like, I almost want to... I would love to move to Tahoe for snowboarding and living there, and then just, like, rent a room, for somewhat cheap. Like, in San Fran. Is Seattle worth the cost of living? Debatable. San Fran? I mean, San Fran cost of living and Seattle cost of living are actually kind of close. Yeah, so best Sonar, like, yeah, you'll pay that here in Seattle too. Not a studio tent, technically, no. But, I don't know. I'd have to look at, like, San Fran costs. I'm not sure. In my opinion, if I did live in Lake Tahoe, I'd probably pay like $2 or $3 grand a month. And then I would drive into the city a couple nights a week. Yeah, like Seattle is, pretty expensive. Like it's not as bad as like San Fran or like Palo Alto and some of those like suburbs. But yeah, I don't know, like it's comparable. It is actually comparable. Like realistically, for the cost of a gym membership and a nice van, that'd be pretty nice. All right, Ayush, that was a good joke. Yeah, Holly, you might have typed that LS in the wrong place. Not sure if you know. That's fine. I'm just letting you know. Like, at least you didn't type some other message, right? No big deal. Totally fine. Ayush, that was a really, really good joke. Well done on that reply. Yeah, so Fug. I'm guessing your name's like you're trying to like make people swear when they say it. Joke's on you, I swear all the time. Okay, maybe not. So should I just say Hugh? Well, I mean, even having the name Hugh, like Hugh, are you talking to me? No, no, not you, Hugh. What the fuck are you talking about, Ayush? I swear all the time, man. I have been trying to like rein it back though. So yeah, that's on me. I might not have sworn much today. All right, so hold on. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna say value equals, and it's quotaform.values.init, and on change, we can do that. But what we actually want to do is make this toggle based upon custom being selected. So I hate this. God, I hate ternaries in most cases, but this is a perfect case for a ternary. Let me get more music going. All right, so hold on. That div is actually wrong. I don't know, man. You keep asking these kind of questions that are just extremely annoying, man. This is your last chance. Be cool. Right? Again, you didn't ask yourself the question that I requested you ask yourself. If you were streaming, is that a comment that you would like a viewer of your stream to make? I don't think you used any empathy in that question you just asked. Bullshit. All right. So take 10 minutes. Think about it. I want at least 10 minutes not dealing with you. Right? You've gotten so much more leeway than pretty much every other human being has ever gotten in this chat, and you're not appreciating it. So I'm good on it. Like, no, thank you. I don't need you as a viewer. Okay, so what I basically want to do is if we have not selected bytes or seconds, we want to opt for this text input. Otherwise, we just want to have an empty text input next to it. Yeah, I'm liking it. Nah, that's good. Oh. Okay, so we got bytes, time in seconds, custom, etc. The cursor, right? Are you saying like the big yellow like mouse cursor? No, that's what I got. That is not an OBS thing. I'm not even sure how OBS would do that, especially considering that my dev machine is completely separate from my stream machine. The size, my eyes are up here. Come on. My eyes are up here. Come on, that was a good joke. That was a good joke. All right, so I am into how we're doing this part. I like that. Mm. All right, so I like how this section is working. If we go down to this level, we could probably make it switch. Actually, that's not bad. We do have like a spacing issue, so hold on. That still seems like weird. I'm okay with the spacing for now. I think that field's fine. Yeah, we're good. So then overdraftable and notify before limit. Those two things are going to determine what we do afterwards. But I would say, yeah, that section is good. Uh-huh. And I am still pressing X to doubt. All right, so yeah, basically, if we have this overdraftable checkbox, which will probably turn into a switch, we end up wanting to show some other form fields. And same thing with notify before limit. All right, so if we think about this, that is Coca-Cola, yes. Okay, hold on. Hold on, my YouTube creator year in review. 350 new subscribers. That's kind of cool. 29,000 views. My top short got 4 likes. That's not good. My top video was building Waltr. 72 hours watched on one video? That's huge. That's kind of crazy. That's pretty good for me. Yeah. That's kind of good for me. Right? Because that was a live stream. That is pretty good for me. All right, cool. So you tried watching streams on YouTube instead of Twitch, and it's so bad. I mean, a lot of the biggest, like, Twitch software streamers stream to YouTube as well. I think the big difference is they don't stream their audio over there. Like, they stream their, like, vocal audio, but they don't stream their music. So, yeah, are you uncovering the fact, Simulacrum, that you actually don't like my stream if it doesn't have the music? I get it. I don't think I'd like my stream either. But here's the thing. If you like your music more than you like my music, you can just play your music alongside my stream on YouTube, and then it's the best. Yeah, I think sometimes, you know, like when I'm playing the synthwave, nah, there's no one that doesn't like synthwave. But when I'm playing some of the other music, yeah, you might not be a fan, so you might want to put on your own stuff. Oh, YouTube is extremely picky about the audio. Like, dude, so picky. Like, dude, I had someone try and copy strike me when it was silent. I'm not even kidding. I streamed like I do, and I think it was maybe Saturday, and it was silent during the part that someone threw a copy strike on my live stream for. It was silent. I wasn't even talking. Like, there was maybe the sound of me, like, hitting my trackpad and, like, maybe typing a couple characters on my keyboard. I know, it was the keystroke strike. It's insane. Like, YouTube's algorithm is terrible. Like, whatever they got going that auto-identifies that, really bad. Really bad. But yeah, Jamin, how you doing, Mr. Sir? We just did the private screening for the podcast episode we did with Robin. It was really good. I think people liked it. Yeah, we'll be doing the like the public release here in like a week or two. Yeah, it was a fun convo. Like, yeah, she's really cool to chat with. Like, yeah. Yeah, we got to talk about how y'all do, like, the, like, you don't necessarily have, like, seniors and juniors because most of y'all are actually seniors. So instead, you'll have someone on a project who's, like, the main and then, like, the secondary. And I really like that. Like, it's a very cool approach. We had someone in the chat, like, mention how that was, like, a really cool thing. Like, very, very smart. Like, you're all seniors. It's just on each project, one person's, like, the main. And then they got, like, their secondary. And then if the main's on vacation, the secondary can fill in. And you still might have other people on the project, sure. But, like, dude, that is a very cool approach. Like, very, very cool. Yeah, so, yep. Looking forward to publicizing that when it goes live here in just a couple weeks. And yeah, I got to hang out with Gant at Connect.tech. That was fun, too. Like, yeah, super cool. I love how you guys are everywhere, like as a company. It's really cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I messed up. I don't even know if I told Gant this, but I was at JS Nation that Monday, and I had to fly out to Connect.tech that Tuesday morning at 5 a.m. to make it in time for my talk, and I made it to the venue 5 minutes before my talk. That was a mistake. I actually didn't plan on being there, but I realized that I forgot to send them the email that was like, hey guys, I won't be able to make it because I double booked myself. I thought I sent that email and I didn't. So then, well, yeah, I'm not going to flake. So, yep, showed up and nailed it. Yeah, I gave a talk about web components and mitosis, which was fun. Maybe, Tiago, or it's reckless time management and one traffic jam away from totally missing my talk. So, not ideal. But yeah, it was good. Yeah, I'm really, really happy with it. Funniest thing, though, ended up chatting with someone who was actually at my talk and was a diligent member of the audience, like asked a really good question when Q&A time came because I was maybe 10 minutes less of like the 55 minutes they needed. So the questions really helped sustain me to the end. That person had actually watched the prior episode of the podcast. They didn't technically realize it was me doing that podcast because I don't know if I had the mustache at the time or whatever, like at the time of the podcast. But they're talking about like, yeah, get cracking, love that. I just watched their like podcast thing recently. I was like, oh, that was me, right? But they were like there in the audience, and we only had like 30 people watch that. So yeah, like really like small world kind of thing. It was cool. Like the pre-screening, you know. But hold on, I got a question. What do you guys use to like publish your podcast? I don't know if I asked Robin about it, and if I did, I forgot. I know Tomorrow FM uses Transistor. You guys use Simplecast. That was the one she mentioned. You're right, she did mention it. Good call. Simplecast. I had forgotten that one. It's okay. Yeah, so I know Tomorrow FM, like Dax and Adam.dev, they use Transistor. And Syntax, they used to use Libsyn, but they're migrating to a new one. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the new one, but just DM me, I can tell you. But the new one they're migrating to is way outside of our price range at GetKraken. So yeah, like I'm thinking either Transistor or the other one I was looking at was Buzzsprout. And as long as we get like a good embeddable player or something, and they can like, aggregate us to Apple podcasts or whatever and Spotify, that's all we're looking for. Like we can do the YouTube publish ourselves. But yeah, right now I'm really considering, yeah, Transistor or Buzzsprout. Yeah, the embeddable player is nice because I think we want to create some kind of like hosted page on our own website as well. But like them having a hosted page too is nice. And yeah, the other thing we were like majorly needing is we want to do like multiple different like series. So there's the like software as a team sport series I'm doing. Another coworker wants to do like an engineering, not like a leadership thing, but like a startup, like founder kind of event. So a little similar but different. So yeah, like we want to be able to host multiple like series on whatever we pick as well. And I think that was actually like a limiting factor on at least one or two of the other services I looked at. I forget which was which. But yeah, I believe Buzzsprout and Transistor would let us do like a multi-series like hosting type thing. Yeah. That might have been it. Simplecast might have been one of the ones that I disregarded because we couldn't do multiple. So yeah, anyway, good. Just double checking. Thank you. Appreciate it. How goes your game? And hold on, just real quick. If everyone doesn't know, Jamin here is just such a dude. Check out his stream. He also streams to YouTube, and I think you've been doing Twitter as well. No worries. Nah, dude. It's the least I could do. Yeah, Twitter as well. Cool. But yeah, how's the helicopter game? Like, man, there was like a Super Nintendo game like Desert Strike or something like that I know you're not specifically going for. But man, like when I think of like helicopter games, like really, really good memories of that game. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, working on your lobby chat system. Well, I would say real quick, be careful not to use web tech for it. I don't know if you remember that game, New World. New World actually used web technology for their chat system. Like, you know, the world chat and all that stuff. Okay, no, that's fine. So New World was an Amazon game, but they used web technology for like the chat. And it turns out that, like HTML, CSS, JS, it turns out that you could inject an image into that chat. And if that image was sufficiently like large enough, anyone that saw it, it would crash their game. So very similar to like an old school like aim kicker. Like almost literally the same mechanism as like an old school aim kicker. Like kind of funny actually. So yeah, they weren't sanitizing input. You know, no worries. Just throwing it out there. Also sandbox like external sources via like the, what is it, CSP, Content Security Protocol. Or policy, not protocol. Sorry. Content security policy. That's it. But yeah, you'd be surprised. Like, in a lot of games, the UI elements are made with technology you would never expect. Right? That you'd never expect. You ever played Borderlands? When you bring up the menu in Borderlands, that's Flash. Have you ever seen Scaleform as a logo at the startup of any game? That's Flash. Yeah, good times. Exactly. I was at Seattle JS like a week ago, and I was chatting with a couple very smart people. I was basically backseating not backseating, but like witnessing the conversation rather than participating because they were way over my head. But one of them works at TikTok and like does some like really cool stuff. They were talking about like low level stuff. The other person was Gary Bernhardt, and he ended up mentioning QBasic. And I immediately was like, oh, I know someone who's talked about QBasic before. For sure. Oh, cool. Like, in my head, at least. I thought that. Yeah, it was funny. So yeah, Gary Bernhardt. Also a fan of QBasic. He is very, very interesting. Very cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have to fight every instinct in my body to not fanboy out every time I get to chat with him at Seattle JS. Like it's a really, really tough thing to do. Because my favorite talk of all time is The Birth and Death of JavaScript. He has some other amazing talks too. He considers that his best talk of all time as well, which I think is crazy. Because he's given some other really good ones too. He does recognize that his most popular talk of all time is that WAT video. So, Birth and Death of JavaScript, he basically predicted the entire way that, like, Wasm is going. But he did so back in 2014. He's even mentioned a couple other talks, and I think I maybe blew his mind when he realized that I know a lot of his talks. So he was talking about boundaries actually at one point because of like how he did his like slides and visualizations. But I was like, wait, was that a whole new world? He was like, no, it was boundaries, but huh. So yeah, like no, I'm a big fan of all of his presentations. He's really smart dude, really cool. Yeah, Birth and Death of JavaScript is my favorite talk of all time because he makes it funny, but also extremely interesting. And he even explains like something as low level and like boring as protection rings, but he makes it entertaining. Like he sprinkles it in with just good, jokey, like all that stuff. Yeah, just my favorite talk of all time. And what's up, non-major nerd? And then hold on, I missed a question from definitely not chat, right? Did I see the hook to a girl crypto scam? Why do people invest in such meme coins? Also, there is no Twitter, only X. No, it's still Twitter. It will always be Twitter. No, I'm sorry. Even if Band-Aid brand decides to rebrand, they're still Band-Aids. You can't change that. I'm sorry. Like, the term has been genericized. They can't stop it. Right? Every, like, tissue in a box, it's a Kleenex. Come on. Donkeyfish, you're saying if you want to listen to it while you're going? I think you're fine without the visuals. There are parts where the visuals would help, but I think you're good. Like, I would say it's good to listen to while taking a walk. I would say that it's definitely listenable. It would be improved with the visuals, but most of what he says, he explains in a really good way that I think you could get the gist without seeing it. Because he'll do a thing where it's like, what I'm showing you is Photoshop running inside of Firefox, running inside of Chrome, right? But he explains it. Totally fine. So yes, there are visuals, but he does a great job of explaining the visuals as he shows them. Yeah, Ayush. So what you're getting at is you didn't hang out while I had that video playing earlier because you totally would understand what I'm talking about now. When I was in my work call, you could have had all of this context, but you left. That's on you, man. That's on you. Instead, now you got to just watch the video. And donkeyfish. I want to say one more thing, just simply like, Jesus, what is that? Oh God, Jamin. Like, oh God. Oh God. Little Timmy gets to drink from the fire hose. Like, dude. And it got cut off too, it looks like. Little Timmy gets to drink from the fire hose. Hold on, maybe I can just cut it off. Nah, looks like it. Yeah, it might be private, actually. Okay, there we go. And yeah, sorry, Jamin. Every time I see your name, I just hear Michael Jackson saying, Jamon! Like, dude, I know I've told you that before, but I'm still hearing it. Like, I won't be able to stop it. Right? I just saw, like, the Jamin.me, and my brain immediately said it again. Jamon me! Like, yeah, like, I don't know, man. It was so good. Alright, anyway. Thought someone leaked a JWT. Yeah, there you go. No, this looks good. I'd be curious. Yeah, no, this looks good. Oh, and it like redirected just fine. So it's just like because Twitch was limiting the length of your message, they truncated the extra part. So yeah, like this loads fine. Yeah, Twitch just truncated the length of your message. That happens. I get it. I would be curious though. And this might just be me, but I do feel like the contrast of some of this against the background might be a bit much for even slightly like vision impaired people. Just throwing that out there. Like, especially right here. No. Yeah, perfect. I just want to throw it out there. I just feel like there's a contrast issue somewhere in there. That's all. Yeah, no, and I get that. That makes so much sense. Like, totally, man. Yep. I'm not trying to roast it. I just wanted to throw that out there just in case. But, yeah, no, it looks good, man. Interesting. Okay. I like what you did here. Hey, what's up? Not much, man. What you up to? Just hanging out in Chris's chat on Twitch. No big deal. Nice. That's solid. I like it. Yeah, it's good, man. I like it. And I'm guessing that's just a bunch of like WebSocket stuff, yeah? My guess is that you're relying on people to like self-host the servers. The only thing I'd get at there is it should not be easy to scan lobbies for like an IP address because you will inevitably get some kind of troll that just wants to like, you know, piss on everyone's parade. And if they can sniff IP addresses, they'll just DDoS them. So yeah, just remembering that there are people out there that suck Right now it's LAN only, so that makes a lot of sense. Totally get it. Yeah, if you end up doing some kind of like discoverability like server, right? Like matchmaking server stuff, you're going to end up wanting to like proxy that stuff in some way. Yeah. But if it's all like invite only, then it's not a big deal, you know? If you can't trust the people you're inviting, then what are you even doing, you know? But yeah, it makes sense, Space Case, for sure. Let me double check other comments. Oh, does GTA 5 Online leak keys or leak IP addresses? Yeah, that's rough. Oof. That's even weirder because, like, dude, GTA has the money to make that not a problem, right? With how much they make off, like, shark cards and BS, that should never have been an issue. Yeah, come on, GTA. Do better. But okay, so I gotta use the restroom again. We're at about 6 p.m. I got time. Right? Like, it's not cool, Space Case. You should definitely, like, lecture him not to do that, but kids are gonna be kids. I wasn't the best kid, so I get it. You know. How else would I know about aim kickers? So, you know, just saying. But let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And I want to continue hacking on this form. I want to finish this form before I get done today. So I'll be right back. And real quick, Jamin, if you're still out there, I get it if you had to get going. Oh, lurk time. Yeah, no worries. I was just going to say real quick, I would assume that Gant already did a submission to Render ATL, but Render ATL extended their deadline by a month. So just in case Gant didn't get a chance to propose to Render ATL, maybe it slipped under the radar, they actually extended it until January something or other. So just throwing that out there, just letting you know. More music time, though. And I think synthwave belongs in a museum. Junior. Yeah, how's it going, Vaders? Yeah, Vaders, you didn't set your lineup like for the past like 3 or 4 weeks, I feel like. So yeah, I believe I just beat you last week. But you could have done better, you know? But it's fine. No worries. So yeah, Rust parsing of Rocket League replays. Oh, that sounds cool. There we go. All right. Yeah, I've been on the fence between ESPN and Yahoo. I really like Yahoo instead because they give you like when you're setting your lineup, you can see like, oh, the person you're putting in is going up against like the best team against wide receivers, right? So you can like pick your matchups a little bit better on Yahoo. And like in ESPN, that is like a really like bad experience. Like being able to find that info. But the part about ESPN that's really nice is when you're like looking at your like current matchup, you get the replays right there in the UI. That part's really nice. Or maybe that's not ESPN. Maybe that's like NFL.com. I think that's NFL.com. But either way, like, yeah, no, I get it. It just sucks that not everyone is on the same app, so it's like so much more work. I would say getting the Yahoo app on your phone would help, but you know, maybe that's a problem for next year. I don't know. Up to you. Right. Basically, we were all competing for second place anyway because Danielle is just killing it. Go figure. The person who plays Madden on a regular basis on stream and whose entire like stream content is like sports games. Go figure. He's the one that wins the league. Go figure. Never would have guessed. Yeah. Right? Lions good except for their defense. You know how I know? I played their defense last week or this week or whatever. -4 points. They are really lost without Aiden Hutchinson. They actually screwed me 2 weeks in a row. I actually meant to switch them out, and I forgot to do it Saturday night, so I messed up. TF2? No, I don't. Damn, Detroit had an 0-14 season. It was a rebuild year. No big deal. They did it on purpose, right? Wink. I don't remember a single time in history when Detroit actually had a good, like, quarterback. Has Detroit ever had a good quarterback? Oh, no, and like that's evidenced by the fact that Stafford has gone to a different team this year and killed it, right? Like what team is Stafford on now? Is he on the Rams? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Dude. So you're right. Yeah. It goes to show you like one good player can't win the game. Right? Like stack your team all you want. Like with one good player and then a bunch of like bullshit. Not gonna do you any good. No, I get you. It's almost like what is it? The Cubs, right? The Chicago Cubs. Being a Cubs fan is like one of the worst things you can do to yourself, you know? But didn't they end up winning one year? Like recently? I think that was the Cubs. Yeah, the Cubs are the ones with the curse, right? Chicago Cubs, right? Only team even close is the Cleveland Indians. (2016) World Series. A 108-year World Series drought. Oh, did they change the name? Yeah, no, that makes sense. No, and that's like a team that should have been renamed. I know, right? Like it feels like it was just last year. No, that's 2016. But they hadn't won since 1908. Yeah, it's crazy how sports go in like those kind of swings. Like it's crazy. Yeah. But anyway, hold on. Let's continue with this form. So this overdraftable value. I want to refactor this to use a Mantine component instead of using raw native checkboxes. And I think I want to turn it into a switch. Right? One of these switches. Yeah, damn right. I agree to sell my privacy. Ugh. Ugh. Here we go. So label position is what I would want to use. Yeah, I'm good on it. Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we even had that like selectable. All right, so it's a wait. Oh, that's fucking radio. Get out of here, radio. Stop calling me radio. Whatever you say, Unit 91. I don't want a large farva. I just want a liter of cola. So yeah, the entire movie's gonna play out quote by quote in my head. Y'all just got to suffer through some of it. Deal with it. No big deal. What's up? Array of Hope. Does that look like spit to you? Yeah. Fuck it. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, it's so good. I love that movie. It's such a classic. Yeah, that description's no good, but holy shit, man. Why do they think that's the right way to do this? It's whatever you want to do there. Yes, Marsh. And yeah, VS Code theme is Monokai with a K, but yeah. I just let chat vote on it once, and I just don't care enough anymore. No, it's fine, Array. Like, no, thank you for chiming in. Yes, Marsh. For the most part, it doesn't matter. And again, don't listen to Ayush. They have already admitted to being a beginner dev. They don't actually know. They are just really vocal when probably they shouldn't be. You can use whatever you want. You can be productive with both. There are certain things that end up being Mac only, and that might be why you want to use those like tools, right? Why you might want to use a Mac. I would say don't worry about buying a brand new Mac. Use whatever you got. And then eventually, if you end up working for a company, they'll buy you a Mac, and then you're good, right? You'll have to give it back if you quit or get fired, but you know what? That's fine. I did dev for years on a Windows machine, and you can make it work. There are things you'll have to do to make it a better experience, but you can totally do it. For web dev, you do not need a Mac. If you want to start doing some other languages like Go or Rust or a bunch of other things, then having a Mac is a little bit nicer of an experience. Yes, Marsh, no matter what, you're going to want more than 256. I would say 1 terabyte is the bare minimum for a core drive because you're not going to upgrade it, right? So I've had a 256 gig SSD on my old Mac Mini, and that shit sucked. That shit sucked. I would say 1 terabyte is the minimum because then you don't have to worry about it nearly as much. But if you're having to pinch pennies, 512 is the absolute bare minimum. 256 just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. But you should also make sure you're maxing out the RAM. So yes, Marsh, I would say for a Mac Mini, I made a 2014 Mac Mini last 10 years. Only way I was able to do that is because I maxed out the RAM that they would let me max out. And only reason I needed to upgrade is because I fucked up on the drive that was installed. If I had done a 512 or a 1 terabyte drive on that Mac Mini, I'd probably still be using it. It'd be slow, but it would totally work. So that's what I'm getting at. Like, there are certain things that are not future-proof. As a web dev, we don't tend to need a lot CPU-wise. But we do need RAM, and we do need storage space, right? Node modules is the heaviest thing in the universe. The density of your node modules folder is basically a black hole on your drive. Is what it is. I'm not even saying that's a problem, but you need the hardware to support it. Yeah. There's that meme. You all know the meme. Come on. Heaviest objects in the universe. The sun, a neutron star, a black hole, and then node modules. Yeah, Hugh, I will point out, yes, anything that relies upon having to virtualize on a Mac does inherently suck. What is their virtualization thing? It's not Quartz, it's a different thing. Anyone remember what it's called? I'm messing up. QEMU. If you need to use QEMU for basically anything you're doing, shit's gonna suck. I do feel like the modern version of Mac OS doesn't need QEMU for everything, though. So, yeah, like, Hugh, you might be mistaken. I think on, like, modern Mac OS, you might need Docker still, but you're not going to need QEMU to, like, emulate that Docker stuff. So it becomes way lighter. I guess, Space Case, it depends on your version of Mac OS. On my 2014 Mac Mini, when I had it, QEMU was the biggest performance hog of any other process ever. Oh, Ayush. Yeah, Hackintosh is only free if your time is worthless. Shelby, pay someone else to do it. There you go. Problem solved. No, wrong, Marsh. There are certain things that don't install to an external SSD easily. If you ever want to do like iOS simulator stuff, all of the simulators get installed to your local drive, even if you have Xcode on an external drive. That's the problem with the 256 gig Mac Mini. You can do a lot of stuff on the external, but macOS inherently installs some things to the local drive, no matter what you do. And iOS Simulator is at least one of those things. And iOS simulators are like 8 gig a piece. So if you want to support more than 3 versions of macOS, you're chewing up 10% of your drive space, at least, with simulators. And I meant iOS, not macOS. But like, dude, no, it starts to really suck. I'd be curious about Jamin's opinion about this, because they do React Native as their entire company's thing. He would know specifically about drive space and why you don't skimp on that. If you want to do any significant iOS dev, you're going to need to go back at least 3 versions. I'd say even further. All right, so not to derail, but any advice for getting any pedals for finishing off a music pedal board you got for Christmas? You have 3 pedals already, distortion, looper, and a tuner. You have space for 2 more, but not sure what to get. You were thinking about a chorus and a reverb. So you're saying for like guitar stuff, this is probably not what you want to hear. So feel free, disregard me. I think your better bet is to get a generic pedal board and wire that shit up to a laptop with an audio interface. Because then your pedal board, which isn't like pedals, etc., it's actually just like MIDI pedals. And then you're just triggering stuff within a PC that you can wire up and change software-wise. And then everything is just VSTs. I think that is the most future-proof solution for all that stuff. That said, if you've got what you got and you want to make it work right now, I don't have any input. I'm sorry, like, I just don't know. I've never done live music that way. I've never even done live music. I'm a pre-recorded artist entirely. Yeah, so I just don't know. Sorry. But if I were to set up a pedal board, I would just wire up the buttons to press and maybe a couple like expression pedals, but all of that would be actually configured via software, and I could like plug and play what each thing actually does based upon the song I want to play. So for certain songs, you might want the pedal that has the expression to be a wah. And for other stuff, you might want to like fade in the distortion or something. Like, I don't know. But by making it all like purely hardware MIDI based, you can then control something like Ableton or some other software. And then you could start doing looping and all sorts of really cool stuff. So in my opinion, if you wanted to really, really get serious about like guitar pedal magic, it's really like, yeah, you're just controlling a laptop and VSTs that do all that shit. Other than that, like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure there's some people out here who are really into guitar that just know way more than me. But if I were to start building that out myself, I would be using a laptop and just some like MIDI control board that maybe I wire up myself or maybe I do otherwise. And then I just patch that into Ableton. But that is very like DIY. I don't know of like built-in stuff. So yeah, hold on. So you said 3 pedals, distortion, looper, and a tuner. Reverb for sure, right? Chorus. I'd say you'd get more out of like a phaser or a flanger than you would a chorus. But it depends on the type of stuff you want to do. If you're trying to do like 3-man band, chorus could make sense. If you've got a lead, a rhythm, a bassist, and a drummer, well then, yeah, you don't need the chorus because you've got a rhythm guitarist already. So then like phaser or flanger would be a better option. So I don't know, like, that's up to you to decide at that point. Just by yourself, like, I mean, if you're just fiddling around, a phaser or a flanger for sure. For sure. You don't need a chorus for fiddling. I will say though, like at the end of the day, if it's just for yourself, you might be better off with one of those like Line 6 all-in-one boards, you know? I don't know, man. I'm not sure. Right, like look at the cost of a good Line 6 all-in-one compared to like getting the 2 extra pedals that you're thinking about. If you're going to do it for live, yeah, like individual pedals have better quality for live stuff. Even then, at a live concert, how many concerts you been to where it's like, damn, that song was sick, and then you go listen to it on the record and you're like, oh, I'm good. Whereas like in concert, you're going to think a song is better than it normally is. Right? Just in general. Right? Just being there makes the song better. In almost every case besides like old school Sublime. Because that dude fucking sucked live. Like, dude, that dude sucked. Have you ever heard a fucking like Sublime live album? Boy, they suck. So bad. Oh my god. Like, ugh. Dude was shit-faced. Dude was way too drunk to drive, but they still let him sing. You know, like, holy shit. Yeah, I'm a fan of Sublime. I really like the good recordings, but Bradley live? Ugh. Gross. Gross. I don't like it. Yeah. Nah. Anyway, let me get some more music going. They released a couple live albums, and boy, they suck. God, they're really bad. Nah, no worries, Space Case. Yeah, get some sleep, man. Yeah, we're going late. Oh, like the Sublime self-titled album? Oh, dude, that one's just gold. Oh, April 29th, 1992. There were riots on streets. Tell me, where were you? You were at home watching your TV while I was participating in some anarchy. Like, dude, like, yeah, so many of those lines are just so good. Ah, yeah. Dude, I love that song. The way he like changes up the rhythm to just like, while I was participating in some anarchy. Like, dude, he does it so well. I love that part of that song. It's April 29th. That's the name of the song. It was about the LA riots and how he finally got all that music stuff he couldn't afford. Yeah. I used to have that whole song memorized. Hold on. April 29th, 1992. There were riots on the streets. Tell me, where were you? You were at home watching your TV while I was participating in some anarchy. The first spot we hit, it was my music store. I finally got all that. Oh, hold on. First spot we hit, it was my liquor store. Finally got all that alcohol that I can't afford. Next spot we hit, it was my music shop. It only took one brick to make that window drop. Ah, shit. I don't remember the lyric after that. Shit. It only took one brick to make that window drop. Ah, shit. Yeah, I forget the lyric after that. All right, so here's the thing. I want this switch to be right next to the label. Hold on. So we're doing label position. If I do it left. Yeah, that's the move. So if we toggle this on, then some stuff shows underneath, and yeah, that gets better. Yeah, I like that. Right, so then it's just overdraftable. Right, and then we have a checkbox for notify on overdraft value, and notify on overdraft type. Hmm. So realistically, I just need to get these fields out there onto the page, and then once they're there, we can start rethinking about how they get laid out. Okay, so yeah, how are they doing the tooltip part? Ref, root ref. Oh, interesting. Huh. Yeah, I'm not 100% certain that I like how I'm doing this part. All right, and someone mentioned that PoE 2 has finished whatever BS they got going to where like you can actually play the game now. Right? After their recent update. So that's cool. All right, so those two fields are what we need next after this. Here's the part I'm wondering, like, how do we want to lay this out? The value part's just an input, but it's a number input. And then notify on overdraft type. That is just a radio. We're going to just throw them out there. Right, so that ends up being overdraft type. Wait, what's up with the on change? What? Um, Badahan, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, we're just thinking about how we want to lay out if we allow this part. And yeah, a bunch of this other stuff actually needs to be scoped. Right? So yeah, now that part is dependent. Let's do this album. Hold on. Shit, where'd it go? Here we go. This one. Yeah. Purpose of the shrug face. Oh. Sorry. No, so you're saying like this face here. That's actually, we're using an extension called JSTS Biscuits. It's one I made. It actually doesn't really make sense inside of JSX. It's probably a fix I need to make to disable it. But if we look at other code, we can see that the same thing is annotating this ending bracket. And, you know, we don't even have to scroll up. Like, VS Code does give us this, like, sticky header BS. So we do know that, like, yeah, we're inside of, like, the quota form. But before VS Code ever shipped this feature, this plugin was actually still worthwhile. And all it does is annotate the end brackets of like a block. So JSTS Biscuits definitely has bugs, definitely not that valuable. But if you look at HTML Biscuits, well, yeah, it's annotating what this ending div is without actually being part of the code. And that is really useful, right? We know which div that is, and we don't have to worry about what div we're like inside of, because we can just get that as a glance, you know, or at a glance. If we gave these like semantic class names, it'd be way better. So keep that in mind. Tailwind is biting us a little bit there, but we could just add a semantic class name at the beginning, right? Like flex call here. This is before limit block. Hey, and there we go. Now we know that this is exactly the before limit block, and we could minimize that and look elsewhere. And if we added semantic names for these other blocks, yeah, we would get those like, you know, breadcrumbs, but they're better than breadcrumbs. They're biscuits. So I will say HTML Biscuits is way more useful than a lot of other stuff. I recommend HTML Biscuits. JSTS Biscuits has a bug. Assorted Biscuits makes Rust and Go and a whole bunch of other languages very nice in a similar way, where you annotate your ending brackets and it works better than normal, you know? But yeah, JSTS Biscuits is like our most buggy one, and that's what the shrug is for. Now, quick little bit of trivia. What genius wrote this plugin? Well, obviously, the way I'm playing them up, yeah, I wrote this plugin. I wrote all of these plugins. And I even made one for NeoVim, if you use NeoVim. Just saying. Just saying. So, you know, I like the idea of annotating end brackets, and I found a bunch of ways to do it. Assorted biscuits is nice for, you know, Rust and Go and C and C++, or C Sharp and Elm and Java, Kotlin, blah, 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 right? Like, you know, no big deal. I don't know, Crow. I'm not sure. I have no idea. But I do like making things. I don't think I solved the Dart problem because Dart has its own extension that I didn't need to like steal any thunder from. The entire inspiration for what I built is based upon the Dart extension that exists. So yeah, no, they already have one. Why would I do that? I think it might be the Flutter plugin, actually. It could be the Dart one that does it too. So I forget. It's either Dart or Flutter. But either one of those extensions totally does like the ending like parenthesis stuff. So it's either one of those. Yeah, so you already have it. Like, come on, figure it out. Just disable one and see if you still got it. Disable the other and see if you still got it. But you should be getting some type of like ending parenthesis annotation when using Flutter if you have both of those installed. I just forget which. But hold on, let me go pee. I'll be right back. It's like this dude's drinking the whiskey or something. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. But BRB. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, come on. You know the Primogen pees more often than I do. And he doesn't even have the booze to blame during his streams. I don't even get it. You just got that baby bladder. No, on the Primogen stream, it's probably all the caffeine that he drinks. He drinks a lot of caffeine. Maybe it has something to do with the size of his hands. Small hand, small bladder. Pretty sure he has bigger hands than I do, but it doesn't look like it on his stream, so that's his fault. He should be fish-eyeing like his hand view. There you go. That would solve the problem, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'm still just not entirely happy about how we're doing this, like, dependent value. Real quick. Yeah. Let me get something in my belly. I did win Solid Hack. Thank you. We leave tonight. I don't leave tonight, but maybe you leave tonight. I did win the hackathon, though. Like, dude, I'm really proud of that. I want to say maybe thank you for voting. I bet you did. But yeah, we won. And technically, I owe stream some Mr. Sir beanies. I will get some Mr. Sir stickers and, like, you know, CM Griffin stream stickers reprinted. The beanie thing takes a little longer, but yeah, as part of the win, I did promise that I would do some beanies. To get wholesale beanies, I need to get, like, a tax ID so I can, like, buy these things at wholesale and not have to pay sales tax on them. Uh-huh. Man, these are good. Right? Like, this is basically just chicken ground up, turned into a paste, and then cooked dry. And it's fucking delicious. Like, holy shit, man. Really well done. Like, this right here is mostly chicken. And Gardek, I don't. I'll keep saying Gardek. That's easier. Whoa, we leave tonight. No, that was a 6-week hackathon. I don't know how many hours I clocked. Let me do the estimate real quick. Let's say I worked on it 3 days a week. And let's consider that if I do a 6-hour stream, I'm probably putting in, let's just say 3 hours of actual dev. That might be generous. So let's say 3 times 3 a week, 9 times 6. We'll call it 60 hours. That feels about right, actually. Anyone who watched me do the solid hack, like hackathon stuff, does 60 hours sound about right? There was maybe 2 weeks where I was like 5 days a week on it. At, let's say, 4 a day. So that was 40. But then from then on, I was maybe like a max of 2 or 3 days a week. Until it ended. Yeah, 60 to 70 sounds about right to me. Really does. I knew what I wanted to build immediately. It was a project I wanted to build for Time Enjoyed's hackathon, but she kept postponing it for reasons, which, makes sense. But it was something I wanted to build, and then the Solid JS hackathon was brought to my attention. It was a 6-week hackathon. I started like a few days into it, maybe. Yeah, somewhere between 60 and 70 hours. For sure. Main reason I even worked on it and picked it as a thing is because I wouldn't have time to like do this as a project and then take a week off while I was traveling and then jump back into it and be productive. Whereas like something as small as that hackathon project made sense to like jump out and jump back in. And I never did any work off stream. I actually refuse to do that. I don't work on any of my stream projects off of stream. Like, I hope y'all know that. Every single bit of progress I've ever made on Waltr, on the hackathon project, on any other thing I do here on stream, I don't work on it off stream. The only thing that I would say is like contrary to that is, y'all know Waltr, or sorry, not Waltr, Vexilla, my feature flag tool. I've done some publishing of like some of the packages for Vexilla. I've done a little bit of that off stream. Like actually building it, that was all on stream, but publishing packages, dealing with all the keys and the bullshit around that, I've done that off stream. Ayush, I live in Washington State in the US. I don't know, Ayush. Like, dude, just Google it. I don't know, man. Like, dude, you are such a high maintenance chatter. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm going to point that out right now. Like, you're burning me out on wanting to chat with you. I like the rest of chat. You are on your last legs. I'm like, dude, just be cool, man. You have not taken any of my warnings to heart, even after a timeout and everything. Like, dude. Interacting with you is effort, and I don't like it. So you can fix it, or just recognize that this isn't the stream for you, man. You seem to prefer a stream where you get ignored all the time. When you're in a stream that someone gives you attention, you are burning them the fuck out. And I'm kind of tired of it. You can say sorry all you want. You've said sorry already, but you're still not getting it. And that's a problem, man. At some point, you saying sorry doesn't mean anything because I don't think you actually mean it. Because you're not doing anything to fix it. I can do one thing to fix it, but you're not going to like it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can do one thing to fix it, but you're not going to like it. So either you do something to try and fix it, or I'm sick of it. Like, that's on you at this point. I have given you so many fucking warnings that I am tired of giving you warnings. Like, dude. And you wonder why you get ignored in other chats. Maybe you don't wonder that, but you should. No. God damn it. You're making this chat so much more effort than it should be, dude. This is your last chance. Like, be someone fun to talk to, or you don't get to talk. That's it. I'm sorry. Like, I'm putting my foot down. You've gotten more chances than any single human being has ever gotten in this chat. I'm tired of it. I think most of chat's tired of it. Figure it out or don't. That's on you at this point. We do have an unban request. I will go look at it. Hold on. Give me a sec. I do ban people more than most other streamers, so it's on me to double check those unban requests. Come on, man. Unban, please. Be a man. And then their previous chat was, goodbye, stranger from terrible political name. Now, they can fuck right off. Deny. I don't think people realize you only get one chance for an unban. If you waste it, you're fucked. You don't get another chance after a single unban request. If someone denies you, you're gone forever. Don't send an unban request unless you mean it, if you actually want to chat in someone's channel. Yeah, I don't know, man. Flattery won't help. Just be cool. You seem to have a problem with the being cool part. All right, so how do I want to lay out this overdraft type section? What's up, Exabyte? I'm doing well. How about you? I know you used to chat here a bunch, and yeah, it's probably my fault that you don't anymore. But I know I've seen you in a bunch of other streams. What stream do I know you from? Are you a Time Enjoyed regular? Is that the one I'm thinking of? And you don't have to say. I'm just trying to remember. Like, I know I've rated a bunch of streams that you've totally been in. feel like it's time enjoyed, but I could be wrong. Prime? Nah, I don't make it into Prime's chat that often. I mean, I've been over there and you've probably been chatting, but I wouldn't see you because, like, there's so much shit going. Like, it's such an active chat. I know for a fact I've seen you in someone else's stream when I raided, though. So you're not a time enjoyed viewer. Jitter Ted? Could be Jitter Ted. Do you hang out over in no. Mohawk guy does the pigeon stuff? Why am I spacing on his name right now? Anel? Nah. I don't know. It's fine. Whatever, Xbyte. No big deal. Maybe I'm just remembering you from here and I'm fucking that up. My bad. How you doing, Ninjatron, though, Mr. Sir? Mr. Sir. Yeah, maybe Exabyte. Like, I don't know. I feel like there was some other stream I remember you from. No, this is like way older. Shit. Oh my god. I'm forgetting his name, and I shouldn't. But, like, long hair, glasses, scraggly facial hair, did a lot of low-level stuff. Got banned at one point. Stragger. There you go. Yeah, you knew. Dude. I didn't even have to, like... I could have just said, like, a first, like, sentence there, and you got it. Right? Stragger. Yeah, I believe Stragger is the stream I'm thinking of you being, like, a regular in. Right? But he hasn't streamed in easily 6 months, maybe even a year. So, that might be part of it. Like, I don't know. I think I remember you from Stragger's stream. I could be wrong. But I think that's where I remember your name from mostly. Well, I mean, he hasn't streamed in like a year, but I feel like when I rated him, you were chatting. Whether you were actually a regular or not, yeah, I don't know. Stragger ended up doxing somebody, and Twitch does not look highly on doxing. That was his main ban. And I think, yeah, like, the moment he did get banned for that, he decided it wasn't worth his time anymore. And he also has a startup he's doing and some other stuff. And I think he gets better, like, numbers per effort over on YouTube anyway. But no, I think Twitch fucked up banning him rather than just, like, issuing a warning. I think that was a big part of it. Yeah, I don't know for sure. Who knows? He also cultivated a chat in which he incentivized people to ask him for help. And in doing so, you end up bringing out, like, the worst of a lot of chatters. Where they just treat you like their own personal Stack Overflow because they're not good at actually Googling for things. Like, I do feel like there's a bit of he burnt himself out with the type of content he made. Only he could say if I'm right or wrong on that statement. But I really do feel like if you make that kind of content, you're just setting yourself up for burnout, because a lot of those people that treat you as their own personal Stack Overflow, they'll never be back again, you know? They're there for that quick transactional thing. You end up feeling a bit like a prostitute at that point. I don't know for sure what a prostitute feels like, because who would pay me for such a thing? But I can imagine. Okay? And yeah, no, it does feel like, it's slam bam, thank you, Twitch streamer type stuff, you know? And that can't feel good. Like, let me just point out, any little bit of, hey, I'll help you with some code stuff, we never saw those people again. Just don't. So I only help the regulars with those kind of things now. I should probably set up like a minimum channel point reward, like 40K, to help you with like a weird code snippet thing, and then we're good to go. I could do that. Then we prevent the drive-bys, and we only get the people that actually care, that just need some quick help. But I think most of the people that watch me on a regular basis know that I'm willing to help anyway. It's just the drive-bys that I push back on. So, I don't know. I don't think channel points are actually worth it. I can just be a jerk from time to time, which I'll do anyway, so I think we're good. You've been learning to say no to people asking for help because some people just don't put in the effort. Exactly. 1000%, man. Right? How can you help someone if they don't even want to help themselves? Right? They don't even want to put in the bare minimum effort of Googling for it, you know? Like, come on, man. Why would you help that person? We know, Ayush, and I warned you already about how much your comments are really, really not helping. And yeah, exabyte, I get it. Like, some people just got to start ignoring. Oh, hold on. Yeah, let me Google that. No, the link did get flagged, but you didn't deserve to get flagged for it, so hold on. Even though you're not following, wink, you don't have to. I'm just having fun. Add exabyte. Like, dude, we've had you here long enough. Like, nah, you're totally a regular. Even if you don't want to be. Too bad. You're a regular. Deal with it. Here's the other thing. Like, hold on. And, dude, thank you for the follow. I was going to say, like, Twitch actually actively unfollows people from streams. Like, you might not have even unfollowed of your own volition. Twitch will do that for you. Like, Twitch actually does that. Like, I have been unfollowed from streams that I totally fucking follow. Like, I didn't spite unfollow that stream. Like, Twitch just decided I haven't lurked often enough that they want to remove it, because that's their mitigation towards, like, the bot spam, right? Like, the follow bot spam. Is it a good mitigation? No, but they're doing something. I would push back and say whatever team is responsible for that shit is lazy as fuck, and they shouldn't be getting paid what they get paid. Right? They're no better than some fucking offshore Mechanical Turk team, you know? If whatever spam prevention team you have decides that, hey, someone hasn't chatted in a channel in a while, we should probably just unfollow them just to see if they actually want to follow. No, you're fucking up. That spam prevention team needs to be fired, because they're no better than some fucking random unfollow bot. You could script that and get rid of that entire team if that's all they're fucking doing. So, yes, you're right. That is a major Twitch bug that has existed for ages. They will actually focus the unfollow button, and every once in a while, if you hit spacebar, it will click that button and not even give you the confirm to unfollow. Again, Twitch doesn't have the best engineers working for them. Yeah, no, that shit totally fucking happens. Normally, if you click unfollow, it prompts you to confirm. But if you hit a second space bar, right, like you're typing, you hit space and, you know, it hits the button. And if you're like me and you don't see, like, what you're typing as you're typing it, because I look at my hands when I type, you might hit spacebar twice and confirm that thing without even realizing. No. I mean, no, we know that's not why you did it. Come on. Be nice. No, and what Exabyte's talking about is like why Theo left Twitch in general, because he was working with people that don't give a shit. It's really hard to work with people that don't give a shit. When you care about your product and there are other people you work with that don't care about the product, that is a really, really shitty situation. That is a really shitty situation. It is tough to be the only person on a team that actually cares. Yeah, like, Theo still streams. He used to work at Twitch, though. And he left Twitch most likely because he felt like the only person that gave a shit. And that is a major source of burnout on a lot of teams. In general, that is a source of burnout. Feeling like you're the only one that gives a shit. As one of the biggest sources of burnout, in my opinion. If the rest of your team feels like people that just want to collect their paycheck and, you know, finish their day, man, it feels like you're just fucking treading water, right? Just dog paddling in that pool with no one willing to throw you a fucking life jacket. Oh, the new UI where like the title moves above the video and all that. I feel like a lot of people are getting that. I think that gradual release is already at like the 60%. So yeah, Array of Hope. Yeah, starting a meetup is tough. Like, really tough. The biggest thing about meetups is you need to put up with like a year of no one showing up. And every month you're going to get brand new people. But if you keep it up for a year, eventually you'll see that the people that showed up a year ago actually show up again. And then you're like building upon that with new people that show up too. But if you don't keep it up, nobody wants to be a regular to a meetup that won't last. Wink, am I talking about the design meetup that was exclusive here in Seattle? Have I heard anything about that exclusive meetup since then? Nope. They did one meetup and they're fucking done. So John Famous, like, dude, come on, man. Open that shit up. Let people show up. Go above your capacity. Who gives a shit? But don't exclude people from your very first fucking meetup. You'll never get people to show up again. Yeah, anyone thinking of hosting an exclusive meetup on fucking Luma, don't. Just open it up, let everyone show up, go above your capacity, fuck it. Burn out that venue, because if you don't host the venue again anyway, what does it fucking matter? It doesn't. Right? Like, overdo the venue. So yeah, like, dude, I don't know, man. I'm still, like, bummed on that. No, we want, like, only designers to show up to this design meetup. The exact wrong approach. Right? Even designer curious people aren't welcome because you're not a designer. Like, that elitism, nah, fuck that. The wrong way to start a meetup. Dude, yeah. Yeah, that John Famous dude. He thinks he's bigger than he is. He really does. He thinks he's the shit because he's like the designer for Vercel. Nah, man. Nah. Just nah. Like, dude, he named himself John Famous. My bad. Why would I expect someone like that to actually have even a little bit of introspection? My bad. That's totally on me. That was a bad assumption. That's my bad. There you go, Ray of Hope. Yeah, that sucks too. No, it's fine, Exabyte. I hope to see you again soon. Like, yeah, no stress, dude. We'll see you again. I'll be here. And yeah, I hope life gets less hectic for you. For sure. I get it. I get it. Key takeaway, though, right? Just to, like, nip this entire thing in the bud. Exclusive meetups, not the move. That's all. I said my piece. Yeah, no, if I tweet that, the person will exactly know who I'm subtweeting. Meanwhile, they'd have to just watch my stream to know it. So that's fine. We know. They don't need to know. We can know. It's fine. I don't know. Maybe they'll do quarterly meetups, which is a losing strategy as well. Waltr is quota and balance-based billing as a service. So yeah, I need to update the description there soon. Just imagine you want to spin up your own software as a service, but you have quotas based upon billing tiers. On your free tier, maybe someone can do 10,000 requests a month. How do you keep track of that? How do you visualize it? How do you get like good reporting on general usage across accounts? All of that stuff. anytime you spend building out that tracking and even dashboards for viewing that tracking is time that you're not spending actually building your product. In the same regard, why would you build out auth when you could just use a service and launch quicker and, do all that? I would say any subscription-based platform as a service, but also any balance-based service as well. When you consider what a balance might be, think about League of Legends. League of Legends has two currencies, the blue crystals and the red crystals. The red crystals you buy by paying them $20 and getting X amount of crystals and getting a bonus for the larger payment that you pay them. So for $5, you get just $5 worth of crystals. For $20, you might get a bonus of like 10% or something, right? Bim bam boom. You get a balance that you then deduct from using their marketplace to buy skins or whatever, any of that bullshit. But you also have a currency inside of League of Legends for buying champs, etc., that aren't driven by purchases. You can buy champs with red crystals as well, but you can buy champs with free currency using the blue crystals. Those are two separate balances that I can maintain for you and throw an error when a user tries to use crystals that they don't actually own, right? If they go over their balance, etc. But I can manage all of that infrastructure for you. I can manage all of that reporting and dashboard system and all that shit, right? You being able to like gift crystals towards that person. I can maintain all of that in a way that you don't have to build out that system yourself. So again, like the idea being that anytime you're building out that kind of infrastructure, that is like literally infrastructure versus building out features for your game. So anytime League of Legends or some competitor is building out that system for balances, they're not spending time creating champs and like fixing bugs and balancing issues, right? Because you only have so many hours you can dole out to your entire dev team. Now, I don't take a cut off of any of that shit. I don't give a shit about the cut. I am not middlemaning any single thing. I am simply going to bill them based upon maybe how many accounts they have, or maybe how many transactions per month, or some other metric. I don't give a shit about middlemaning them and their payment provider. I don't give a fuck. No, I don't care. I'm not touching that part. All I'm doing is billing them based upon the size of their community, basically. I haven't worked out the exact billing mechanism yet. But the idea is simply that I can bill you based upon how many users you have, or how many requests per month those users are making, etc. So realistically, I could dog food Waltr into Waltr and bill customers based upon how I want to bill my customers, I can set up my own quotas for the quotas I want to bill other customers on, which I think is also nice. But I also have other projects that I want to bill based upon various quotas and balances as well. And I think I have a service that I could use for my own services. So if nobody ends up using this, I still have a thing I can dog food. That is the main gist there. I hope that makes sense. I am going to pour another whiskey. Oh my god. All right. So yeah, this should probably be the last one. Last two, technically. Let me grab a soda. There we go. Ooh. Who knows that reference, right? Hiawatha. I'm thinking of a very specific film in which a character shouts Hiawatha at a somewhat awkward moment. I don't know what the pricing plans are yet. I think a ray of hope, maybe you could help me figure out what those pricing plans should be. Right? Like, how many accounts would you want to manage on the free tier versus the paid tier versus like the tier up from that versus enterprise tier? How many accounts would you want to manage with your game or your software as a service before you think paying for it would make sense, right? 1,000 accounts? 1,000 active accounts, like monthly active users? Monthly active clients or accounts? Like, I don't know. Instead of MAUs, it would be MAAs? How many users would you want to have monthly, actively on your platform before you would be willing to pay for the service that I'm providing? I would say 1,000 would make sense. Like from free tier to pro tier. When you get to the pro tier, how much would this be worth to you per month? Beyond 1,000. So yeah, like a ray of hope. If you would consider yourself a potential customer, I would love to chat with you more about this when I get it to a better stage. But yeah, that'll actually be the real like product market fit. I think what I'm providing is actually like already product market fit, but the billing and the pricing is what I actually need to figure out to actually fit to the market. I have done mobile. You've already asked a bunch of these questions along that line. Yes, I've done Flutter. Yes, I've done React Native. I'm not doing any of that right now because I don't like the walled gardens. But Ayush, you have definitely asked these questions. In the future, ask the question that you actually care about. I feel like you've asked one or two questions already when you could have just asked that. Maybe someone else asked about React Native. I'll give you that one. But the fact that you asked about Flutter, you already know that I'm into like mobile dev. Like, come on, man. Like, dude. I feel like you asked that question just now about mobile dev just because you wanted attention. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You only get one sigh like that. You only get one side like that. Wusa. Wusa. I would say maybe not open source, but self-hostable, yes. Yeah, I don't know. 2-bit pixel, I think the biggest thing would be investors are the only ones that would convince me that it needs to be open source. Self-hostable does not require to be open source, right? Like source available. Yeah, no problem. I don't mind source available. But open source is a very different beast. Yeah, self-hosting. Yeah, I can totally figure out like how to do the self-hosting thing, but that is way down the line because what I've built out so far is AWS Lambda specific. If the customer is already on AWS, then yeah, they could self-host. If they're not, ooh, yeah, no, that's tough. And totally doable for a large enough enterprise contract, but not something I'll do just automatically. For the right contract, yes, it would require the contract be signed first. But doable. Totally doable. All right, so bare minimum, I want to hide the send overdraft notification thing. Yeah, like so hold on. Yeah, do we have a bug here? No, I don't think we do. Nah, that was the wrong thing. Yeah, Nori's array. You don't know how I'm still going, must be the whiskey. Actually, the whiskey is the thing that makes me usually end stream because I got too much in me. I think I don't know. People that know me could tell me if I'm over the line. Not a thing someone like Ayush could say. In spite of the whiskey, yeah, that sounds about right. The Weeble Wobble, not the Weeblo Wobble. Weeblo Wobble is like a Boy Scout that stubbed their toe. I'm cautiously approaching the line. Yeah, exactly. Non-major nerd knows. My regulars know me. For sure. Yeah, oh, the Weeblo. Yeah, the Weeblo symbol. Yeah, Weeblo Wobble. Yeah, touche. A Weeblo Wobble is, yeah, you know, a Boy Scout that stubs their toe. Right? They're not going to walk right after the stubbing of the toe. I get that one. That makes sense to me. Yeah, I get it. Hold up. This is how we know maybe I'm close to having too much. I want to play some of my own music. Yeah, damn right. I just want to hear it, you know? You've all heard worse. It's fine. Come on, deal with it. Yeah. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Hold on real quick. Someone followed me a little bit ago. Yeah, Exabyte. Thank you. Appreciate you. But D Skill Issues. Thank you for that follow as well. Do you still follow? You do. Oh, account created 30 minutes ago though. Ooh, I don't know. That sounds like someone trolling for sure. That sounds like someone trolling for sure. Account created 30 minutes ago and then they followed 29 minutes ago. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, Guanaco to tell her. Thank you for the bits. And, oh, you've been following for a while. Appreciate you. Since August. I mean, that's chill. Dude, yeah, no. Sorry there. I can see how long you've been following if you just ask, non-major nerd. You've been following since January 20th of this year. Sorry for the burp. I didn't mean to burp. Like, you know, I had to burp. I didn't mean to interrupt the statement with the burp. Let me put it that way. But yeah, so January 20th, like, you know, that is solid, right? You weren't here to troll. I get it. That's fine. I appreciate you. If I go all the way back, your first comment here was actually 2021. So yeah, I burned you at one point. That's my fault. Like, you know, I get it. Even Ayush would say I'm hard to put up with. Unfollowing me is a thing that people just do. I get it. That's fine. No, you came back. What I'm getting at is I'm not actually upset about it. You're still following after almost a year. That means something. Doesn't matter how many times you refollowed or unfollowed and then refollowed. You're still here. So I appreciate that. Hold on, this song's a bit loud. Let me fix that bit. Yeah, I mixed it wrong. That's my fault. Yeah, maybe it was the cron job. Maybe it was the cron job and it just messed up. I don't know. Also, I think, nah, it's all right. Like, non-major nerd. It's actually 100% fine. If I rubbed you the wrong way, get your mind out of the gutter. I understand that. I do that. Well, now I need to get my mind out of the gutter. But I'm just saying, like, nah, like, I got moments where I'm kind of a jerk. Ayush can attest. Ayush, this is the one moment we're okay, like, you could have some fun with it. This is your one chance. You're not even taking it. Oh my god. But yeah, like, no, like, I can be a jerk from time to time. I get it. I don't know if you all know this, but Twitch streamers burn the fuck out in this category. I'm a jerk to protect my own space here as the streamer. Does that mean I overstep? Absolutely. Rashid, I mean here in software and game dev. Dude, Rashid, I think we all know that there are people here that are like regular viewers of this category in general that are insufferable. That they just suck. And they just look for a brand new stream that they can terrorize. You know? Those people exist. They've been banned from every major streamer's stream. Right? Like, they exist. Like, if me and Ninjatron compared the people we banned, there would absolutely be an overlap because some of these people are insufferable. I appreciate that. Oh, Zim, like, sorry, Vim, my bad. I saw the Z and, like, my brain went to Zim. Invader Vim, Invader Zim, like, I get it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, here's the thing, Ninjatron. Like, you've probably only banned a handful. But that handful, they troll every single fucking streamer. And that shit's insane. Like, it's kind of crazy that there are some people that are so insufferable that they can't last in any stream. Besides Star Ansible. Star Ansible is their one fucking refuge because he'll let them say anything the fuck they want. But he doesn't stream anymore because he created the most toxic fucking chat ever imaginable. It's kind of insane, actually. He was like the one refuge for the worst of the category. And he couldn't sustain it because he was their refuge. That I don't know if that's why he stopped streaming. Maybe he found something better to do. I can get that. But dude, yeah, I just really feel like Star Ansible, man, like being the troll's last refuge must be like a really miserable stream. Nah, we can't see how many streams they've been banned from unless we share ban lists as streamers. And nobody should share a ban list with me because I ban more viewers than any other stream. Like, let me just point out. Juicebox Hero. Awesome streamer, really awesome person. Just the best to hang out with. So fucking cool. She has mentioned that she shared her ban list with me, and she had like half of her audience banned. Because they were insufferable in my chat, but for some reason they're okay in her chat. I will say a little bit of simping going on probably, but you know, is what it is. I'm sure there are people I've banned that didn't deserve a ban, and all it requires is one heartfelt unban request in which they acknowledge that a part of the ban is part of them. Right? If they at least take even 20% of the responsibility for their ban, I will happily absorb the other 80%. But you'd be surprised how few people are willing to take any blame for their bans. You'd be really surprised how few people are willing to take any responsibility for their shitty behavior. I do recognize that I exacerbate and sometimes even encourage them to go over the line before I can click the ban button, because I am somewhat argumentative and kind of a jerk. Which is why when I see an unban request and they take even a portion of the blame, I am happy to absorb the other part. Because yes, like, I'm a little bit antagonistic. Yeah, I agree. Like, I would rather ban someone and hope that they become heartfelt in the unban request. Yeah, quick to ban, quick to unban. I'm really high on that. But it means that I can't share my ban list with any other streamer. It does mean that when someone does come back and request the unban, who's been really nice in a bunch of other people's streams, well, yeah, maybe we just didn't get along and I was probably the problem. I probably was. But it requires at least a little bit of introspection on their part. And you'd be surprised how many people just refuse to do such a thing. I don't want to chat with anyone who refuses to do any introspection, you know? Yeah, I don't need to respect someone that doesn't respect me as a streamer. Like, respect goes both ways, for sure. I use Super Maven. Dude, these fucking ads. Come on, man. We got one song on the album. I want to just quit SoundCloud right now. Come on, man. All right, so hold on. Here's the thing. That send overdraft notification should go away. Nope. Nah, this part right here needs to go inside of that. Oh, hold on. That is the wrong hook there. This is overdraftable. Right, and then we can turn it off and we're good. Yeah, for sure. All right. So now figuring out we can get rid of the foo, right? The foo we put in there as some BS. And hold on. Yep. Yeah, naming divs with emoji. Right. So now you know I'm not doing that, and we can move on, right? All right, real quick. I love this song. If you like it, here you go. If you don't like it, well, here's the link so you can avoid it in the future. There you go. Focusrite. Yeah, no. I've had like a Scarlett. The Scarlett actually died on me and ended up having really distorted audio after maybe like 2 or 3 years. Meanwhile, the Behringer UMC 22s that I've got have lasted way longer. But the current device you hear my microphone through is a Zoom UAC 232. Anything you're plugging into an audio interface like that, you are basically muxing down to one input, which means you have to have it mixed the way you like it before that. So that becomes trickier. Right? Just like think about it. You have one input. Technically, there are 2 inputs you could do to a lot of the Scarletts, to the Behringers, to the Zoom. But yeah, like when you're going from maybe something of like multi-analog to one analog, there's going to be like a muxing of those things into one audio like file. Which is why you're better off paying for a mixer or something that allows you to have those as like separate. Yeah, exactly, non-major nerd. Like you typically only end up using one when you're going from like a guitar where you're going to like toggle like pedals individually. which is why I want to say Array of Hope, like, you're better off recording raw into the device and using, like, after, like, recording effects for, like, adding distortion, etc. So instead, record everything at its most raw, unaltered value into the device, and then use after, like, effects, not After Effects itself, but effects after the fact inside of whatever mixing tool you want to use. So that's fine. Yeah, I get that non-major nerd, but yeah, the biggest thing is, like, if you want to do recording, you record at the highest quality version with no effects added. And then later in post, you can add whatever effects you want. Right? That is the best way to do recording to make music. Record it unaltered, unadulterated, at its most raw, and then any effects you want to add are just post-processing, which means you're using the best quality version of the audio to add your post-processing effects that you would likely be triggering with, like, pedals and bullshit. So what I'm getting at is, like, yeah, your pedal board is nice for live stuff, but you're not going to use it for recording. You shouldn't use it for recording, because it gives you so much less leeway to change the sound later. In a very similar way, like, record video via camera in, like, the most, like, unaffected, unchanged way, and then do color correction later, you know? That's the main gist. Just throwing that out there, do whatever you want. Free software? I don't know. Anything that can use VSTs. And then I would recommend actually paying for a couple VSTs. And maybe even paying for some software. So you could use Reaper for free, but pay for either Amplitube or Guitar Rig or some other thing that I don't even know about yet. I think paying for Guitar Rig or Amplitube ends up being worth it from a guitarist's perspective for recording specifically. I don't think Cubase is worth it, right? Like, it's just some other multi-track recording software. You can do that with Reaper, you can do that with anything. But you can't get a really good free Guitar Rig replacement. Even, like, the baseline free version of Amplitube just isn't what you're looking for. You want the paid version. So yeah, when it comes to multi-track recording, yeah, Reaper's fine. But when it comes to VSTs to make your guitar sound as good as it can be, you're better off paying for a VST to enhance the good audio you recorded into Reaper or whatever. Firebase? Fuck Firebase. Nope. I will never use Firebase for anything I ever do. You can use whatever you want, but you asked my opinion. I would never recommend Firebase to any human being ever. All my homies hate Firebase. I'm just kidding, by the way. Like, I don't know about, like, all my homies, but I fucking hate Firebase. It's typically never the right tool for the right, like, for the job you're trying to do. I don't know. I don't use Supabase either. I would say Supabase over Firebase, but I still wouldn't use it. Yeah, no worries, Array of Hope. Have a good one. No, Firebase is no, definitely not for enterprise. Oh my god, like the only use case for Firebase is proving out like an MVP, right? Like a demo, and you should be like looking to migrate off of it as soon as humanly possible. No, I don't recommend Firebase for anything serious. No, definitely not. Unless you like vendor lock-in. Oh, do you like vendor lock-in? Well then, yeah, Firebase is your jam. Go for it. Do it. I think Firebase is trash. Yes, you should not use Firebase. There are companies that use Amplify, right, from AWS in production. They're fucking wrong. They got more dollars than cents. And yes, that's a play on words. They have more money than they know what to do with. Well then, yeah, Amplify is your jam. Go for it. Firebase is your jam. Go for it. If you actually have good engineering, it should never have even been a thought. Amplify and Firebase are specifically made for people that don't know any better. Well, shit. I guess it means I'll never get that Amazon sponsorship. I'm okay with it. I guess I'll never get that Google Firebase sponsorship. I'm okay with it. I would not endorse a product I wouldn't use. No, thank you. I don't know, John. Like, dude, just... Ugh. Ugh. No, thank you. I'm good. Like, it's just not for me. Yeah. For MVPs, right? If you don't have any customers and you just want to like prove out the idea, go for it. But your immediate thought should be, how do I migrate the fuck off of this vendor lock-in bullshit? Same thing with Amplify on AWS. I'm sure Azure has some bullshit thing they want you to use too. I would push back a little bit there, Luna. Like, Mongo is actually really good for the use case it's actually really good for. But if you're using it for anything other than that, well, yeah, you're fucking up, actually. Like, you had someone that didn't actually understand the proper use case for Mongo. If you have a bunch of, like, non-schema specific documents that you want to aggregate and be able to search through, that is what Mongo's for. Are you using Mongo for like a replacement for a SQL store? Well, yeah, you're fucking up. Like, that's just bad engineering. But Mongo is actually really good at documents that don't have a common schema. And you'd be surprised how much of a good use case that actually is. Legal documents. Like, holy shit. Like, it's actually really good for that. So I'll just point out, like, any single case where someone's pushing back on Mongo, it's because someone sold them MERN-stack because someone was just trying to sell Mongo rather than understanding the use case for their customers. I think any sane developer advocate for Mongo would not be selling Mongo to people that don't actually need it. Right? So yeah, Mongo's problem is developer advocates that just wanted to see numbers go up rather than actually having to solve problems for their customers that actually mattered. And I think that is something that Mongo has been fighting against for the past fucking 5 years at least, 10 years even, maybe. Yeah, salespeople need to hit a quota. Developer advocates, less so. They need to actually solve developer problems. Yeah, like 2-bit pixel, like everyone else, like anti-Mongo. They had some bad fucking metrics, right? They ended up having a metric that they needed developer advocates to hit, and the metric became the goal, and anytime a metric becomes a goal, it ceases to become a useful fucking metric, right? There's a law about that. I forget the name of it, right? But yeah, Mongo is actually a victim of chasing the wrong fucking metric. Rather than solving people's problems, they decided that every problem was the problem they needed to solve, and nah. That's how you actually burn bridges, and that's why you get the negative sentiment that Mongo has right now. Yeah, Firebase and Mongo actually have the exact same problem. I just think Firebase has way more of a vendor lock-in problem than Mongo ever had. Because if you want to solve permissions for Firebase, you do that with their permission system that is vendor locked into their fucking UI bullshit, rather than being something portable that you can take to any other system. If you want to solve any Firebase permissions issue, you have to solve it at the core Firebase level. Otherwise, the real-time database you're exposing to people is vulnerable because you're solving it at your like endpoint level, but not at like the runtime level. And the runtime is actually the number one thing you need to lock down first. And if you're not using Firebase's runtime database solution, well, then you're fucked anyway, because why would you pick that as a solution when you could use any other database instead? For storage, use S3. For auth, depends on what you're trying to do. Right? When you're saying database storage, well, yeah, use any other database provider. But yeah, like putting all those eggs into the Firebase basket is a problem. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. If you need file storage, S3. That's it. If you don't understand how to do S3 correctly, use upload thing. I think any good dev can actually figure out how to use S3 properly. But if you don't have a good dev, then yes, use upload thing. That is exactly the problem that upload thing is trying to solve. Yeah, Ninjatron, S3 select is actually kind of magical. I am hesitant to give you regulars permission, so let me just copy and paste what Ayush just said. Sorry, Ayush, like, no, you have not earned regulars permission. So this is what Ayush said. There's the biggest diagnostics company in India, which is Lalpath Labs. They use AWS, but you're not sure if S3 or not. And yes, deleted by Nightbot, whatever. Yeah, S3 select and S3 is magic, but you need to understand the limitations and the performance characteristics and like so much other stuff for S3 to be good at it. You need to understand how to do a proper pre-signed post or, you know, bare minimum pre-signed URL. There is a lot to understand about S3, and that's why a service like Upload Thing makes a lot of sense if you're trying to take user uploads and not worry about the bullshit that comes with it. I think Theo actually nailed it with Upload Thing. Am I the target market for Upload Thing? Fuck no, because I know better. I can build any S3 upload capability that I need and restrict my users based upon file size and all sorts of other shit just fine. I am not his target market, though. His target market are people spinning up whatever, like, indie hacker bullshit they need to spin up on Vercel, and they don't understand the implications of S3 and what it means. Yeah, Upload Thing. Just do it. Just fucking use it. If you know better, you don't need Upload Thing. But his total addressable market, his TAM, is actually really large. It actually massively overlaps with Vercel's addressable market as well. Yes, people use Vercel. Like, Ayush, come on, man. A lot of people use Vercel. I don't. Like, I use it for a couple things. Anything serious? Hell no. Fuck no. Why would I use the person that's going to mark up the thing that I'm using when I can just use the thing that they're using instead? Because I can. But things where I don't care about that stuff, because I'm not going to have enough users for that shit to matter, like my own personal website, fuck yeah, I'll use Vercel. And I think I am right now. Hold on, we can go look. Right, am I ever going to get enough traffic to my personal website for the free tier of Vercel to be a problem? Fuck no. So we're good to go, man. Yeah, we can just launch up chrisgriffing.com, and yeah, I'm hosting that on Vercel right now. Could I host it basically anywhere else? Yeah. Yeah. Again, Ayush, just consider. Do you care about the bottom line, or do you want to launch quickly? That is the reason you would pick a SaaS versus not a SaaS. If you want to launch quickly, then yes, use Superbase. Use Vercel. Use any other thing, right? Like, use Waltr. If you're aiming at bootstrapping and scaling to zero, well, then don't use those things. I don't know how, like, dude, I have said this stuff already, man. I don't know. I feel like at some point, Ayush, you're trolling. And I guess I just didn't recognize it soon enough. But I said all this shit already, man. I'll leave it up to chat. Who here in chat is tired of hearing from Ayush? If nobody, that's totally fine. All right, we got at least one regular who's tired of Ayush. We got another regular that's tired of hearing from Ayush. Any mods tired of hearing from Ayush? Like, I feel like it's got to be some people that have been here most of the day. I'm really looking for mods at this point, right? Like, the mods know me. Ninjatron, you should probably be a mod already. That's my bad. Luna, you should probably be a mod already too. Yeah, I know Puppy Bear, right? But me getting sick of someone, I have I have such a fucking short tether that it's hard for me. Right? Like I get sick as fuck of people real quick. Right? My buffer for putting up with people is really low. And I don't know why I've given Ayush so many like chances. Like we even timed them out already once today. Oh, you're moving to London? Oh, Luna. Oh, that'll be cool. And you're currently in like Australia, right? Am I mixing that up? I just know like I've definitely mixed you up with like not mixed you up directly, but like mixed up your time zones. Okay, you are Australian. All right. There's also the other dude. You know who I'm talking about. He's also an Australian. I don't know why I'm spacing on his name. Anyway, yeah, other Australian dude. Yeah, I tend to like not equate. Yeah, Loftwa. Yeah, he's great too, for sure. For some reason, like, yeah, I was gonna say like if you were not Australian, well, shit. Like I lump you and Loftwood together anyway, right? As like I see both of y'all's tweets kind of around the same time. It's got to be a time zone thing, but who knows? And when I say tweets, I mean like Blue Sky as well. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, y'all are both great, for sure. Blue Sky loaded for me, so seems fine. All right, so I'm gonna do. Well, Ethan, yeah, wrong person. Both of y'all's name starts with I am. There you go. Hell yeah, Luna. And then there was another. Ninjatron. Dude, nah. Man, Ninjatron, you put up with me for fucking ages, dude. There we go. And there we go. Kevin hasn't put up with me for ages, but Kevin has put up with me in League of Legends. And that's actually like, if I could give a role above mod, yeah, that's what Kevin deserves, for sure. Just saying. Yeah. Kevin has put up with me playing Singed. That is like toxic upon toxic. Right? Like, come on. Toxic upon toxic. Luna, yeah, I would expect the Twitch app to crash because they don't understand how to work with a viewer actually getting mod privileges randomly. Because who would be watching Twitch from a mobile device and actually deserve mod? That's super weird. Yeah, nah. Yeah, Twitch would not program for that contingency. I get it. Totally get it. It's not like they have software engineers working at Twitch. It's basically just a bunch of interns, right? Case in point, Melky. That was a harsher joke than I intended. That's me fucking up. Sorry. No, Melky's the man. He's really good at what he does. He doesn't work on the mobile app, so you can't blame him for that. Melky's actually really fucking good. He's a great dev. I thought that was a funny joke, and the moment it left my mouth, oh, dude, no, that was harsh. That was fucking brutal. No, Melky's actually really good at what he does. Just say it. No. Melky doesn't deserve that shade. That was me fucking up. Sorry. Yeah, we need Melky on the mobile team to actually make it good. Boom. Right? But I wouldn't wish that on even my worst enemies, to work on the mobile Twitch app. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, if I was a person assigned to the mobile Twitch app, I'd be interviewing elsewhere. Like, immediately. Like, immediately. Is that why Theo left? They assigned him to the mobile app and he was like, fuck it, I'm out. I'll go start a startup. I'm out. Never mind. It was nice knowing you. That was it. He hasn't disclosed it, but I think we actually, we sussed it out. For sure. I think we got there. Good work, team. We did it, Reddit. Yeah, they were going to force him to work in Flutter, and he just fucking quit. Yeah, exactly. He was like, fuck it, I'll go start a startup. Yeah, damn right. Whatever, man. Deal with it. Boom. Right? He thought monetizing Twitch streamers was a good business idea after being, forced to work on the mobile app for Twitter. Or for Twitch. There we go. That's it. Nailed it. That was it. Here's the thing. Flutter's actually nice. Flutter for web, garbage. But Flutter mobile, is actually kind of nice. There's some really good libraries. There's some really good stuff there. If you're ever at a job that is doing Flutter and they're like, well, can we just reuse this code base for the web? That's when you leave. That right there. That's how you know, oh, let me get the fuck out of here. That's when you start interviewing at other jobs. There it is. No, Flutter Web is not good for anything. Nope. Sorry. Nope. Flutter Web is really fucking bad. Do an inspect element on any Flutter Web app you've ever seen. Let me know how that goes for you. I'm just saying, Flutter Mobile, sure, no one's trying to do an inspect element on a mobile app. You're making a web app, though? Smells like shit. Did someone shit their pants? No, that was the Flutter web app. Ugh. Brutal. Ugh. Brutal. Ugh. Non-major nerd. Touche. Like a politician-elect. Just shitting their pants in front of a crowd that is not afraid to make a face like that. So I get that there, Pixel. Like, really, Flutter is not a game engine, but the rendering pipeline is. So I get that. I didn't necessarily name who it was, but yes, they are. They 100% are. For sure. You're right. You're not wrong. You're right. You're 100% right. That was the reference I was making. I didn't necessarily want to make that explicit. Because, dude, are you trying to bring out the trolls? Fuck. Maybe it's good for my numbers. Like, if we could just get... Like, if we could just weaponize the fucking trolls, we'd be at 1,000 viewers plus right now. Right? If we just want to weaponize those trolls. Sure, it would make chat suck. But viewership numbers would go through the roof. No, React Native actually does support web, but React Native web is actually kind of usable. It creates real DOM elements that you can actually inspect. So, Ayush, I think you are just missing the point, and you saying you're just joking. No, you meant what you said, but you're saying you're joking because you don't want to get banned. I get it. But also... don't say something you don't mean. Now, React Native actually creates real DOM elements, and they are inspectable. I will point out that there is a slight flaw with how they get generated. Wait, Megalurk? Hold on, was that the one? Oh, your emote. Oh, like you might need to like update the stuff. Flutter for web is basically just a canvas. Yes, exactly. Whereas React Native is actually real DOM elements. So that's the big thing. Yeah, Flutter for web is basically just rendering to a canvas. I was using Expo for that meal app. Yeah, for sure. Hold on. And what was I gonna show? Damn it. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. What was I gonna load up? I swear, I was just about to load something. I don't think it was React Native DOM. Ayush, dude, you are really, really, really close to being banned. You got on my case about my bathroom scene, and now you're like making comments like that? Dude, you're not even morally consistent. Like, dude, fuck off. You are so fucking close to being banned. Like, holy shit, dude. Do you not have any filter or even, like, sentience about other shit you've said? Like, I don't know, man. Ayush, you're just not fun. Like, I'm over it. I'm fucking over it, man. Nah. Last warning. Ayush. That's it. Nah, man. You can fuck right off. I don't need you. I just don't get some people, man. Like, you give them an inch and they take a fucking mile. Like, they recognize the fact that you're trying to be more lenient, and that's when they fucking push. Yeah, I don't know. They're John Gemstone. Like, man. They've already pointed out that they're a regular in Primogen stream. Can we recognize that Primogen ignores the fuck out of them? They've never actually considered responding to a single comment they've made. Because they suck that much. Like, dude, like, it's insane, man. I don't get some people. I really don't get it. They're having a major culture shock because I'm actually listening to what they say. Like, dude, what the fuck, man? As Michael Jordan once said, fuck them kids. That's a quote. That's a quote. Yeah, for sure. Fuck them kids. All right, so let me get some more music going. You know what? We're late enough. Dude, it's already 9 p.m. I don't know. No, and I get it. I know exactly what you're saying, 2-Bit. Yeah, for sure. Like, sorry, what you said is just not within what I'm willing to respond to. Right? Like, they're used to, like, the kid gloves in, like, their entire, like, social interaction because they haven't actually had social interactions. I think that's it. Meanwhile, hold on. This song is very much not kid gloves. This song is the opposite of kid gloves. Yeah, I get that 2-Bit. Yeah, I wish more people were more safeguarding the shit they say in public or the shit they say on Twitch streams. That's definitely a thing, John. Like, yeah. Ayush is used to being just fully fucking ignored in the Primogen stream. Right? They've even mentioned it. Right? Like, oh, well, I was just spamming because I figured I'd be ignored because, like, the Primogen doesn't respond to what I'm saying anyway. Haha. I admire people like the Primogen that can ignore people in their chat. That's a superpower. Like, dude, like, yeah, like, I really admire that, man. I don't know how that even works. Like, yeah, no, I'm envious of the Primogen's ability to ignore the people that suck in his chat. because he does. He just lets them chat. Like, there's people that he bans, but dude, you gotta go so far over the fucking line so often that Primogen actually bans you? Like, dude, it's kind of crazy. Like, it's really gnarly. So yeah, people like head into the Primogen's chat and say all sorts of shit that they don't even believe. Meanwhile, like, Ayush was even talking shit on Prime earlier. Dude. He's not even a fan, but he's in there lurking and chatting 10 messages a minute, like doing just bullshit. He's not even a fan, I don't think. Like, he was talking shit on Prime earlier in stream, like, oh, I'm a dev who actually codes, not like some blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, just pulling some bullshit. Like, we all know Prime actually codes, right? Like, why would someone even, like, make that a message? It's so weird that they're a regular on Prime Stream and they aren't even a big fan? Like, what the fuck, dude? That's so weird. That is so weird. Like, why would you watch someone that you're not even that stoked on watching? It's just so fucking weird, man. People are fucking weird. Like, people are fucking weird. But here's the biggest thing, and I believe Prime suffers from it too. There's a film called Private Parts in which it's like the Howard Stern story. There's the producer whose nickname is Pig Vomit, given by Howard Stern, played by Paul Giamatti. And there's a moment at which Paul Giamatti is questioning a guy who, like, does the metrics and does the, you know, analytics of people that listen to Howard Stern. And he's like, hey, so why are his fans listening? Like, you know, what's the main reason? How long do they listen for? Well, the average Howard Stern fan listens for about 1 to 2 hours. And the main reason they say is they want to hear what he's going to say next. Well, okay, cool, but that only makes up like 40% of his audience. What about the other people, right? The people that don't like him, right? Well, the people that don't like Howard Stern listen to him for on average 4 hours. Wait, hold on. They listen longer? Yeah. They listen 4 hours. Well, why do they listen to him more than our fans actually listen to him? Survey says they want to see what he's going to say next. Right? So even as early as the mid-90s, this entire phenomenon was documented. Your fans will listen to you for a portion of time, for a reason, and your haters will listen to you for even more time for the same exact fucking reason. Hate watchers actually bring in the money. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking insane. Like, it blows my mind. That's a metric that has existed since the mid-90s at least, and it's always been true. Like, dude, it's always been true. So my bad for not doing my best to monetize the hate watchers. I know, I get that 2-bit pixel, but you are not nearly as unhinged as the people that listen to the things they hate every day anyway. Right? You're just not nearly as unhinged as the major listener to all these things. That's the biggest thing, right? Like, that's all there is to it. You're just not unhinged enough. You're not even who we're trying to market to with our ads at this point. Come on, man. You're not unhinged enough. Deal with it. I'm just bullshitting, by the way. I appreciate you. Thank you for watching. Like, this is the best. But what I'm getting at is like, it's so insane that when you get to a certain level, your haters make up a not insignificant portion of your viewers. Because they just want to see you fail. They just want to hate on whatever you're doing. And it actually drives them. It makes them feel like they have purpose in their life. It's fucking weird, man. It's super weird. I'm not even big enough. Like, I don't think I need or deserve those kind of haters, but somehow we still get a few of them. That's weird, man. Like, dude, at 50 average viewers, maybe 50 to 70, somewhere in there, right? We dip below it. We definitely, spike above it. But my average is 50 to 70, and I still get some really fucking dedicated haters. That's kind of insane. Like, don't they have better people to hate on? Right? Don't they have more important people to hate on? Come on, man. Like, dude, I'm just sitting here trying to exist, It is a small category. You're not wrong. Yeah, no, I totally actually get it. Like, it's a small category. It's a niche fucking set of interests. You're going to run into a level of haters, right? Like a 2% of any category in general anyway. And when you recognize that that 2% is going to get banned from the bigger streams and they got to find smaller and smaller streams to go troll, well, yeah, obviously I'm going to get hit eventually. So I get it. Doesn't mean it sucks any less, and doesn't mean that they're any less pathetic. But is what it is. Touche. The law of big numbers, and also small numbers, conversely. So yeah, Luna, you started getting them after you hit 50K followers for the first time back in high school. People really suck. Yeah, people really do suck. Small category with a lot of opinions. Yeah. I mean, Ninjatron, why didn't you write it in Gleam? I don't even know what you're building, but like, dude, you get that comment like 3 times a stream, right? And if you write it in Gleam, well, why didn't you write it in Rust or Go or some other bullshit? GM Diaz. Well, hold on. When did you start following? July 2021. I have launched a lot of like bullshit products, but not any that make money. Technically, the Solid Hack project I worked on did make money. I made 5K. I do need to pay out like 1,000 of that to the people that helped though. So I made like $4,000 off a side project that I maybe put like 60 hours into. It's not a good return on investment. Like, working a job would have paid better. But also, like, it was a fun thing to make and something I always wanted, so there's like the opportunity cost or like the value cost there. It's fine, Ayush. I appreciate you. Thank you for apologizing. Apologies are meaningless without intention. So the key is, are you actually going to be fun to talk to? I care more about that than the apology. So please, be someone worth talking to. I appreciate the apology, Ayush. Like, I really appreciate that. Thank you. So, right? You are forgiven, but it doesn't mean that you have carte blanche to be awful again. So yeah, Ethan, yeah, I made 5K from winning the hackathon. I'm really proud of that. I'm stoked on it. I couldn't have done it without some help, so like at least 1K worth of that I need to like dole out to some other people, for sure. I definitely need to. I haven't yet. I definitely should. Salmon deserves like the biggest portion, some other people too. But yeah, no, that hackathon is actually the biggest returning project I've done here on stream entirely. I mean, well, I haven't yet, so don't give me that kudos yet. I gotta figure that shit out first. Ayush. Again, I don't know. I've had 1,000+ people here in chat before, and I kept up. And I called out people that sucked. I've had a raid from the Primogen himself. It's been over a year, but yes, it has happened, and I had over 1,000 people in chat. And I was still able to hang out and chat with the people that mattered and call out the people that sucked. So I think I could actually handle 1,000 people watching. Who knows until I do it consistently, though. So we'll probably never know. It's fine. I'm okay with it. I'd rather hang out with 50 people I like than 1,000 people I don't. No, Ayush, you're wrong. He does care. You haven't been paying attention. He bans the fuck out of people that suck. He will call you out on stream for sucking. He does that shit at least once a stream, from what I've seen. Now, when you have 1,000 people, your chances of being called out are lower, but he absolutely calls out people that suck. He really does. I've seen it. Everyone here watching who watches him on a regular basis has seen it. Prime banning bad watchers is actually very common. At least once a stream. He does it. Like, he totally fucking does it. So, Ayush, I don't know, man. Maybe you're not as unhinged in his chat as you have been here. But, dude, the fact that you are making me debate this shit again. Yeah, Later John. Yeah, his mods are actually on top of it to where it doesn't need to be his problem. But no, this is just Ayush being terrible again. Right? Ayush just wants attention, I think, at this point. They're a fucking attention whore. And I should have banned the fuck out of them ages ago. Because this entire conversation right now is them attention whoring again. Yeah, this music's good. Yeah. No, this shit's good. This is an album called 4533. This is a really good album. Yeah. Like, no, this shit kills it. Ayush, you think you're punishing us with, okay, so I won't say a word now. Ayush, nah, man. I need at least 10 minutes of you not having the chance to even say anything. You're not tempting me, like, you're not, like, punishing me. Yeah, no, I need to just ban him, right? Like, I'm sick of it. Yeah, nah, you're right. I need to just ban him. I'm good on it. Ayush, you fucking suck, dude. Yeah, don't tempt me with a good time. I can ban the fuck out of you, dude. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, for sure, Todd. For sure, everyone else. Like, dude. Oh no, the class clown stopped annoying us all. Oh, whatever shall I do? Yeah, no, you guys are right. You're totally right. I'm sorry. Like, I gave some asshole way too much attention. That's my fault. They seemed all right at first, and it was like a boiling of the frog where the temperature just increased, like, gradually. But again, I've been trying to be nicer. They just caught me at the moment where I was, like, trying to be nicer. Fuck me, right? Like, oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm just trying to be nicer. Fuck me, right? Yeah, I don't know. One of those moments. Should have banned him ages ago. Now, here's the thing, Todd. Like, I'm a jerk too often. The moment where I'm trying to be less of a jerk, some fucking asshole takes advantage. It sucks. I don't like it. Like, people just suck, man. I know, I get it, but I don't know. Like, why can't we just all be cool? The hackathon hot streak? Dude, I mean, no, I want to go out on top. I won the first hackathon I contributed to? Damn right. Champion. Champion? Hackathon champion right here in the flesh. No big deal. 1 for 1. No big deal. No, I've done some other hackathons. I didn't win those. The first ever of a hackathon that actually had prizes. Only other hackathon I've done was like Time Enjoyed's like a while back, and I don't even think she had prizes. Like, she might have picked like winners, but no one won anything, so I don't think it counts. I don't think that one counts. So yeah, first place in like the only hackathon that gave a prize away, at least. But yeah, no worries, Todd. Mr. Sir. Appreciate you. Now, and here's the biggest thing. Like, only reason I won the hackathon is because they let it be a vote. Like a public vote. Rather than like a panel of judges. I won the vote because I'm a streamer. And I can publicize this shit. And I can get like other channels and streamers to help publicize my shit. So like, you know, winning was nice, but it doesn't mean anything because I had a massive advantage. I appreciate it. I will absolutely take the money and run. But yeah, I won that hackathon only because, like, dude, I've got a platform. You think I would have won if it was anonymous? I don't know. There were a couple projects that were good, but a bunch of them weren't finished. So I get that. No, I understand that. But even then, like, I probably won by such a margin that it was questionable. Like, hold on, did this dude bot this thing? And then they looked at it like, no, he's a streamer. Okay, I get it. I don't know. Sorry, like, Are you calling me President Poopy Pants? Well, you're not wrong, okay? No, I'm just kidding, by the way, right? I'm good, okay? All right. Showered this morning. What are you saying here, man? No, I get what you're saying there. We just don't want to make this shit political. Literally. Oh, damn. All right, I didn't mean for that to be a joke until I thought about it, and then, oh shit. All right, never mind. It became a political shit. No, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I do think they didn't show us numbers. I would bet that I won by like over an order of magnitude because of the platform I have. I won't know until I ask and maybe get some numbers, but I'm willing to bet I won by like an order of magnitude. Yeah, I know. Yeah, all my biggest fans totally voted. That's at least 40 people. The people putting up with my bullshit beyond normal stream hours? Yeah, no, totally. At least 40 people. And that's probably already an order of magnitude above the other contestants. You know? At least double. Bare minimum. You know? I appreciate that. Thank you. We leave tonight. But I just I don't know, man. I got a platform and I used it. The prize was $5,000. Yeah. No, I'll keep playing with my 1080. Nah, I'm good. That's a lot of lobster rolls. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. Stream bought me a Bar Harbor lobster roll. No problem. It was a delicious lobster roll. I will say, like, no, I'm going to order, like, double lobster next time. Dude, Ninjatron, I'm not even kidding. I was in Prime's chat when we were seeing, like, other people, like, and their shit crashing. And I was like, vintage GPUs for the win. And, like, even he and low level were like, what the fuck is a vintage GPU? A 1080. A 1080 is absolutely a vintage GPU at this point. Yeah, no worries, Todd. Have a good night. Dude, yeah, 1080s are really good, man. I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm playing PoE 2 at 60-ish frames a second. It dips down to 50 or 40, depending on, like, the area. The big thing is that there are certain parts of, like, what gets rendered that is absolutely, like, like upscaling limited. So PoE2 is doing some crazy like upscaling stuff. No matter what frame rate or like resolution you pick. It's like actually really fucking weird the way they do that. Like I've been able to crank my entire view down to 1080 instead of the 1440, and it doesn't actually help. My frame rate sits at the exact same rate. But individual portions of the screen might be higher quality. So it's really weird how PoE2 does their rendering and how it gets. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, man, PoE2. It's kind of crazy how they make that game accessible to basically anybody, and your shit GPU will still get you 30 to 40 frames a second, you know? Pretty well done, actually. All right, so yeah, can we recognize that I have lost steam? I will actually be streaming tomorrow. Hold on, let me look at work. I have basically no meetings tomorrow. I have some video I need to do in the morning before I start streaming at like 11, maybe noon. I got one meeting that I can totally just like, hey man, do we need this meeting? I recorded some video. Let me just edit it. And then Thursday, I got a shitload of meetings. Like Thursday is like thick. But yeah, tomorrow, I think tomorrow I got like a pretty full day of streaming ahead of me. So yeah, like we have stalled out on what we're building right now. And my main gist is I want to get this like overdraft type and a bunch of like this other stuff below what we got here for the quota stuff. I want to get that into like a prettier, better like form layout. But it's 9:30 p.m. Like, you know what? I got some crab cakes to eat, and I got some fucking PoE2 to play. We got this tomorrow, you know? The conversations we had and all the stuff we did today, nah, I wouldn't change it for the world. Damn, so FD, when do you need Waltr to be like live by? Like, how soon do you need it? I feel like I'm at least 2 weeks out. We're getting there though, but I feel like I'm at least 2 weeks out. And we can chat more about it. Like, let me know what your like constraints are. Do you need quotas or do you need balances? Are you like a prepaid balance kind of thing, or are you more just like a usage quota kind of thing? I think quotas will actually launch first, and then balances, like proper usage-based balance stuff. You're integrating dynamic pricing? Oh, so we might need to hop on a call. Is anything I'm building something that you would consume? And which one thing would that be? So prepaid wallet, pay as you go, and subscription. Okay. I think we just need to chat just to be sure. But yeah, no, I think we could be onto something. I want to chat about it, and I want to make what I build actually solve your problem, because that's important. I think what I have might do so, but I need to get you in there and fiddle with it, and then we can figure out more. But yeah, like, dude, you can help me solve the product market fit? Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, no, like, we got some stuff to solve. Let me build out what I'm thinking first, and I'm thinking that will be 2 weeks from now. And then throughout January, we can chat about what I might be missing that you need. So yeah, the next 2 weeks, let me just build out what I think people need, and then you can help me pivot as needed. So yeah, anyway, yeah, we're chilling, we're hanging out. Let's go raid somebody. Who's even streaming right now? Like, holy shit, man. Yeah, like, yeah, send me anything you want. Okay, so here's the thing. We went super fucking late tonight. Do I even see any other, like, major streamers that I want to raid? Who do y'all think? Is there a streamer that I should raid right now? Instead, I got an idea, and they fucking kill it, but it's like a gaming stream. But you know what? Like, fuck it. Why not? All right, no recommendations for a coding stream, so we're going to head into this other stream. Let's do it. Evils Presley, right? It's like Elvis Presley, but better. Let me make sure I spelled it right. Bam, that's the streamer. Yeah, no, they kill it. Like, I recommend Evils Presley. Dude, some of the art streams they've done, like, they're, like, legitimately good at painting. Like, amazingly so. Like a legit artist, not just some fucking hack who plays some bullshit music like me. Like, no, they're like a legit artist. They're doing some Gamer Awards like review content, which sounds even better. So yeah, let's go say hi. So people over on YouTube, Evils Presley, over on Twitch, Evils_Presley is the stream we're gonna go raid. I recommend it. Like, super chill person. Got to hang out with them at TwitchCon. Really just awesome chats, awesome stuff. They are watching some Gamer Award content, and yeah, I haven't seen any of that stuff, so I'm looking forward to lurking a little bit before I cook some crab cakes. Damn right. So, later, YouTube. Thank you for hanging out. Cheers.